Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the Harmonic Convergence 2020 family. I am so excited to be here today because we're going to talk about my favorite topic, and that is love. Mark, how are we feeling about discussing just about the most important thing in the universe?
It is. It's the source of everything, and it's my favorite subject to talk about. I think it was on day one with you, we talked about the nature of unconditional love and what Tezjbar said, that mastering unconditional love was the key to ascension after the physical death and the final lifetime or incarnation in the physical realm. I asked him the question, well, what is unconditional love and how does one master it? And he said, that's for you to discover on your own. So I then set out to do my own research, and it's so funny how we take the word love for granted. We use it for such a diverse set of situations, and is my personal belief and experience that it's thrown around too loosely, and that furthermore, there's all sorts of words for love that we don't use. The Greeks, for instance, had 13 different words for love, agape being one of them, the love of family and community, as an example, which is very different from eros, the word that's associated with passionate love, and many more. And so I, as a student of love in those early days on my journey to discover unconditional love, I learned a lot about love and my relationship to love. And through the relationships that I've had with people throughout my life, my daughter, my mother, my first wife, for instance, and many other people, that I would regularly tell them I loved them. But I knew that the love I had for each of them was unique and different. I think that's an important thing for people to contemplate, is their personal relationship with love and with those that they love, and thinking about how they can strengthen that relationship and understand why it's really a sacred thing, love is. And I think because we're conditioned through the media, through entertainment, and love is often used to entertain us or otherwise used as a tool to draw us in and manipulate us into doing things behaviorally. And I think that's one of the lessons that we're learning, is that we need to be more aware of our relationship to people that we love and to love itself.
I would actually love for you to tell me a little bit about the love story playing itself out celestially right now. What is going on astrologically through the lens of love? Because I know you have the scoop, and it's a really good one.
Well, those are two big questions, both very big questions. One is the relationship of this harmonic convergence to the first. And then the question of what's the bigger picture and story regarding love as far as my sources. I'll just start by saying this, and I said it moments ago, and that is everything is love. Literally, everything is love. God is love, and from God radiates love in all of its forms. Energy, which is heat and light and other frequencies. Really, heat and light are just frequencies in the electromagnetic spectrum, and they manifest in the physical reality as heat and light and other things. Electrons is a photon, which is a form of an electron. All these things are frequencies that manifest into physical objects. Even matter, made up of atoms, are made up of subatomic particles like protons and neutrons, and they themselves can be further divided into things like quarks and gluons and fermions and neutrinos and bosons and all the things that we find in the classic model of the elementary particle table, right? And what we discovered in science recently through things like superstring theory is that when we attempt to come up with a theory of everything, to explain everything that we observe in the universe, superstring tells us that really when we continue to divide constituent units of matter or energy further, we get to that point where we can no longer divide it further. And what we discover, what physicists have discovered, are that the fundamental constituent of energy or matter is a thing called a string. And that string vibrates based on the energy imbued into it at a certain frequency, and that gives rise to what that elementary particle is in the periodic table, or not the periodic table, but in the standard model of the elementary particles. And you mentioned neutrinos is one of those, and that's right. And then fermions and bosons and electron,
So is it safe to say then that love acts more like a wave than a particle in our more traditional understanding of things?
I don't know I'd go that far. I just think that, love is the source. And as it radiates out from the source, it will find a stabilization based on the energy imbued upon it from source, in which it will then manifest into something physical. And then that string aggregates with other strings to give rise to things like protons and neutrons and electrons. Well, electrons is a special case.
And therefore everything that is composed by matter. When we get to those bigger levels.
Right, so these things aggregate once again to create atoms, which is made up of nucleus with neutrons and protons, and around its shell or orbiting are electrons. And so that is the first unit of matter. And we call it matter because it has mass. It's a stable particle that we can measure, and it behaves like every other element of its type. Like a hydrogen atom with one electron and one proton behaves exactly like another atom of hydrogen. But when we, smush these two things together in a process we call fusion, we end up with a nucleus with two protons and two electrons on the outside, and that is helium. Or do I have, helium is the second element, and so on. So we get the heavier elements through this process of smushing hydrogen together. With that idea in mind, if you believe in the concept that love is the source to all this energy that accumulates and aggregates to give rise to physical matter, what we can think of it is that it's just love tied in a knot, or light tied in a knot. And that gives it the property we call mass, a weight. And that is what the physical universe really is all about, is matter that has weight or mass associated with it.
It's almost like gradations of the same thing, different densities.
Yeah, and the density thing you can talk about in the physical realm in terms of the periodic table of elements, which the lightest is hydrogen, and the heaviest gets around a nucleus with 100 protons in it, and plutonium, uranium kind of fall way, and that's very, very dense matter, right? Heavy stuff. And it becomes unstable when it becomes too dense, and can radiate harmful energy that we know as gamma rays and X-rays, things that can harm the biological body.
And so we're talking about the relationship of these different molecular structures to a certain extent. So we're talking about a relativity of seemingly separate things, right? And we're talking about the harmonic convergence and what the relative positioning of the planets does for the specific happening in the world right now. So you mentioned at the beginning of this that there's a similarity between, or I mentioned rather, but I want the scoop from you, that there's a similarity in the alignments and the way that those, if we were to think of them, let's say, as molecules, the planets, that the way that they're behaving with each other.
Right.
What are those conditions creating? What's happening on an esoteric or philosophical level as it relates to love? What is this alignment bringing us?
I haven't thought about that, but I'll take a stab at answering your question. We'll see where this goes. But, you know, if we think of the solar system as a model and equate that model with the model of the atom, where you have a nucleus representing the sun and the electrons orbiting at specific distances away from the sun or from the nucleus, and we call these orbitals. Where the individual electrons exist that orbit. So the rule for an atom is that for every proton in the nucleus, you have an electron in the orbit of the nucleus. So with that model in mind, equating these two very large-scale solar system to a very tiny atom, if you could imagine all the electrons in an atom lining up in a line, what effect would that have on the nucleus? For just that split moment, that split second or microsecond, it's going to affect the nucleus.
Right, because the electrons carry that negative charge, so
That's
somehow
right.
something's going to shift and move.
That's right. So if you move all the negative electron charge to one side of the nucleus, what's the physical effect of this?
Right. Is it tension? Is it an expansion?
Right.
So
it's what we can agree on, whatever it is. It's much different than the typical situation in which the electrons are, you know, at random locations around the nucleus, creating some balance and having less of effect overall on that atom. The same is true for our solar system, that when the planets are in alignment, there's a gravitational effect along a vector. We can think of it as a line in the direction of the planets from the sun. And we're one of those planets. And we're right in the middle, right? So it's going to affect us somehow.
So we're susceptible to all of the movements of the planets in one way or another, and that's what astrology tells us.
That's right.
And I love that you mentioned the Greeks at the beginning of this, because astrology and the Greeks get along really well, symbolically, right?
Uh-huh.
So if we look at the actual alignment of what is occurring right now during this harmonic convergence, and we consider the planets and who they represent from an archetypal standpoint, is there a story for us to uncover?
You know, there are two things. You know, there's the alignment and the implications of that and the effect it has on humanity. Mm-hmm. It's just intriguing, the idea that the planets align, and that would be noteworthy and be something we should be paying attention to and maybe even celebrate, because it's so rare. In fact, I did the research on a 7-planet alignment, which is what we have during the Harmonic Convergence 2020. It's never happened before in the written record. I could not find an example of it. I did find an example of a 6-planet alignment, and a quote from a NASA scientist who says it only happens every 100 years or so. And so in the history of astrology, in which astrologers were sophisticated enough to map and record alignment of the planets, there's probably been only 2 or 3 alignments of 6 planets in recorded history. Never 7.
So could it be possible that this alignment is something that planetarily is happening to bring us back to a more loving frequency?
I think that it's more than that, in the sense that it's a event that draws attention to itself and has people intrigued, especially if we're curious. And I think most people are, especially about the planets and, you know, everything that's been going on the last few years regarding our place in the universe, and, you know, the Kepler telescope and others that are Hubble, that are, you know, looking out among the cosmos, and we're discovering not just amazing worlds or stars and nebulas and so on, and how vast the universe is, but we're also now for the first time discovering exoplanets that we know for sure are orbiting stars all around the universe. And today,
reinforcing this idea that we're not alone.
Of course,
right?
Of course. So we're waking up as a human family to the reality that chances are we're not alone.
Right.
And
that contributes then to this notion of what exactly that means. Because to me, I hear that, and it implies two things. It gives me comfort in knowing, we're not alone.
Right.
But it's also a call to action of, hey, you're responsible. You're a steward of something. Take care of it, This is to be shared with other people. And seeing as love is the filter for this conversation, I can't help but wonder what in your journey, in your cultivation towards unconditional love, you may have discovered through either the teachings of Tezjbar or your personal experience that you feel our audience would benefit from knowing.
Well, to cut to the chase, it's the discovery of what mastering unconditional love is and what that opens the door to. And my discovery through years of research on the topic of unconditional love is that the mastering of unconditional love that Tezjbar referred to when he talked about this requirement to ascending to the next level of our conscious evolution is a mastering of self-unconditional love, or unconditional love for the self. That is where it begins. So we all have things we regret in our lives, mistakes that we make that we wish we could do over. But we wouldn't be who we are without making mistakes. And so we're really they're to be honored and appreciated instead of regretted. And when we begin to embrace our mistakes and realize that they are informative and teach us critical lessons in our spiritual development, magic begins to happen because we can forgive ourselves truly.
They become pathways to awarenesses that can open the hose to more love. It's like you're removing kinks, right?
Right.
Every relationship and every experience, whether good or bad, helps you almost take into account where you are.
Right.
If I'm feeling something that is a contrast to this emotion of love that I know to be the truth, then there's a kink.
Yeah.
And I got to get in there and try to figure out what that is to not just open myself to give more, but to also receive.
Yeah.
Right?
For the people watching this, I would recommend an exercise in unconditional love of the self, and that is to once a day, maybe in the morning when you're getting cleaned up for after your shower, you look in the mirror, look into your eyes, gaze into your own eyes, and just say, I love you. That's it. Just say, I love you. Thank you. I can't recommend that practice highly enough. Of all the things that I would recommend, it's that, number one. And then, the meditation, singing the hue, would be my second recommendation. If you just did those two things, and it doesn't take a lot of time, this is the accelerated path to love, to understanding and embodying love.
I'm trying to weave here. So if love is the vehicle for ascension, if our relationships are our vehicle to practice and express and receive love, if the planets are influencing what's happening on this planet, planetary alignments and everything, how do we explain and move forward from the situation that we find ourselves in planetarily? Because very close to the situation, it feels like a massive amount of discord, upheaval, hate. It feels heavy. It doesn't feel very loving at all. But from a celestial perspective, from a Tezjbar perspective, there's probably something happening there that we're just maybe not identifying. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that we're just evolving through a process that requires, or I shouldn't say require, but more accurately, I would refer to it as a natural process, and part of that natural process is what we're going through right now. when we evolve from simpler life forms, animals that really struggle to survive, they develop techniques and instincts that improve their chances for survival. And that gets ingrained in the DNA, so it's passed on, to future generations, these habits that lead to improving our chance of survival as animals. And one of those things is fear. If you're not afraid of a predator, you're not going to last long in the wild. So fear is a very valuable emotion.
Useful emotion if worked with correctly.
Well,
right?
yeah, and as an animal, it's good to be afraid of most things that that you don't know what it is. If it's bigger than you,
right,
and it looks scary, run away.
Right.
And so we carry that in our DNA, that emotional baggage, and it affects our intellect. We're now evolving to a point where our minds and our consciousness is at a point where we can begin to control our fears using reason and logic. The boogeyman in the closet that used to scare us as a kid no longer scares us as an adult, because we learned that really that's just me scaring myself. There's really no boogeyman. But as a kid, I don't know about you, but there were times at night that I imagined there was a real monster in my closet, right? And it scared the bejesus out of me. Mm-hmm. And I would pull the sheets over my head and turn the light on in my room. And, but as an adult, I never did that because I realized that was not true.
Through empirical kind of understanding and witnessing that wasn't the case.
But that fear of the boogeyman, I believe, is a consequence of our ancestral roots as evolving from primitive animals and primitive man.
Absolutely. I mean, I read somewhere the other day that they did a study, I believe it was in silkworms, where they were put through a traumatic event, and that encoded in the DNA for every subsequent generation for 12 generations, the shift in the code created by that trauma showed itself.
Yeah.
So there is such a thing as ancestral trauma.
Absolutely.
Just like there are behavioral components to it, there's also something inherent in our blueprints that carries a little bit of the past with it. So it's almost as if we're cleaning the house.
Yeah.
It's all coming to life so we can clean out the house.
Right. And I believe racial division and racism is a direct result of this history, of our evolutionary history, that anything that looked different than us, we were scared of. And that was a good survival thing. It was, we usually survived or had better success at survival when we created barriers between ourselves and anything or anyone that looked different than us.
Right, well, we were far less sophisticated in terms of like our development and the way that we functioned with each other.
So I want to, put draw attention to this question of racism. I think it's one of the real root causes of this situation we're in today. With Black Lives Matter and the indigenous peoples of the world that have been oppressed and genocide, the victims of genocide on an institutional level has created such terrible karma and resentment within those communities that have been the victims of this, are rising up. And the good thing that they're rising up. And for those of us that can empathize with their history and their story and what they go through on a daily basis, it's important that we continue to empathize and support them.
To the extent that we can, right? Because we are still in the physical plane, so it would be hard for us to empathize completely.
Well, yeah. I mean, somebody who's lived with a lifetime of racist oppression and everything that goes with that, it's hard for someone living with white privilege to associate. But we can imagine what it must be like. We hear stories. We see the injustice in the world and how people of color are discriminated against or otherwise abused and murdered. We have an obligation, those of us that have privilege, to stand up for them and join them, because any injustice is not just an injustice of that people, it's an injustice for us all.
Looking at the situation that the world is in right now through the lens of love, what does leadership look like? What do we need to do to get ourselves to a place where we can start practicing the unconditional love that is what eventually will set us free?
Well, I guess there's a couple of things I'd like to say in answer to that question. Number one, there's the leadership of the individual, you. How can you change your own behaviors to be a leader, to cause positive change in the world, be the future that you want to see? And so there's that, and I went through that process before my experience. I literally started looking at myself in the mirror and saying, how can I become the change I want to see in the world? What is it I'm doing that is, contributing to this status quo and the problems? What do I need to do to be a source of positive change within myself? That, I think, really was an important step in my spiritual evolution before my experience with Tezjbar, and may have been one of the key triggers for me to have that experience with Tezjbar. Because I made an effort, a conscious effort every day to think, how am I going to make a positive difference in the world today? How am I going to be an example, a role model, a leader for positive change?
And did what you practiced before Tezjbar change after Tezjbar?
Yeah, I think I just took it to a whole new level.
Okay.
I was really focused more on myself and developing myself as a leader and being a representative of positive change. I wanted to behave in a way that was consistent with a future that I wanted for the world and for myself. So that was that. And then after Tezjbar, when I was then aware of the higher realms and the beings in these higher realms and their relationship to us and what their mission is with regards to Earth, my leadership role evolved into one that I'm, taking on now with you at this very moment. It's taken a lot of work and courage and dedication for me to get to this point where I'm so comfortable with it. And now I'm very proud of myself, and I'm not looking back, and I know I'm going to be fine, and everything's going to be fine in the end. It's just a question of what kind of trouble, and is this going to be easy road? Are we going to make it easy because of what's going to happen soon? Are people going to wake up and get on the bandwagon, so to speak, and be instruments of positive change themselves and join us? Or are they going to continue to, struggle and stick to their belief systems that are in direct opposition to the kind of things we're talking about? Are they going to remain closed-minded and racist, or otherwise not care about justice and truth? These two things, justice and truth, are at the heart of it. And love is the third component. Love, justice, and truth are, to me, a type of trinity that represent an ethical code, a personal constitution that we embody to direct our behavior and our energy. And if you don't have truth, if you don't value truth, and if you don't value justice, you're lost. You're lost, and we are all lost. And that's what we're dealing with right now, is the injustice in the world, the unfairness, the bigotry, and all that represents a true lack of love, a real lack of love, and we need to wake up to it.
What would an interdimensional being's advice, since they're not constrained by time, so what would Tezjbar's advice be on how to handle the fact that this will be a marathon and not a sprint, because evolution takes time?
Right. It takes time.
So what do you think, or has he shared anything with you on this?
We've spoken on the subject of time quite extensively. It's very important. So in the Universal Consciousness Development Chart that describes all the 26 dimensions of reality, 15 of which are conscious dimensions, 9 of which are dimensions of freedom, and then there are 2 dimensions of time, the linear time that we experience, and then there's imaginary time. And imaginary time is a concept in which we can utilize something, this imaginary time, to manifest something that we wish for ourselves. So, for example, if we want to plan an event like the Harmonic Convergence, if you want to make that happen in some distant future, because you know it's going to take time, you use your imaginary timeline to project into the future that event, and then you figure out, what do I need to do to get to that vision in the future from the point I'm at now? And you'd identify the milestones, it's steps, baby steps that eventually get you there. And I've been on this, doing this for 5 years. So I've been putting a lot of work into what are those milestones, what are the key steps that get you ultimately to the goal. And that's all done by utilizing imaginary time. It's a dimension of consciousness that we access with our brains. And it works in forward and in reverse. So for instance, if there's a memory that we recall that's very fond to us maybe, we can access the imaginary timeline, go back in the Akashic record and recall that memory, pull it into the CPU, which is our brain, and then relive it. And some people are so good at it, they can not only relive that memory and recall it, but they can see it, they can smell it. Some people recall the fragrances, if that was a big part of that experience. And of course, the emotional energy comes back to us. We kind of marinate in a warm memory.
The pieces that are coming together for me is what we're experiencing right now in a linear perspective might be the truth part of that. We're starting to see the truth of what is, so that then we can find the justice in it and get back to love.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I want to say that utilizing something like imaginary time gives us human beings a unique skill or ability to manifest a future for not just ourselves individually, but collectively. And that's what this is about. What future do we want to build for ourselves, for this world? We see all the craziness and chaos and uncertainty and fear that we're in right now. We don't want to be there. That's not our future. For those of us that are optimistic and see beyond that, the day when we can be unified as a human family and embrace our diversity, which is really a thing to be celebrated. It's so clear to me that somebody who's a racist is a very low conscious individual. They're a first grader in the school of life. And so my attitude about them is that they're a first grader. They're just probably in their first few incarnations, and they come with that racist is so tied to their DNA and the animal kingdom that they came through to get
that fear response.
Yeah, that fear response that they're they're in their first few incarnations as a human being, and so they haven't grown spiritually yet to transmute that fear that came through many, many lifetimes as an animal. That leads to the realization that when you are in a school with first graders and you may be an upperclassman, that doesn't make that person, a first grader, any less important than you. They're just younger. They're less spiritually developed. They still deserve to be respected and loved, but they need to be encouraged and taught as a first grader from, keeping that attitude as they become adults.
So letting love lead the way.
Letting love lead the way is a good way to put it. So I think that's our responsibility, those of us that are upperclassmen, to realize that we have a responsibility, an obligation to be of service to the underclassmen, to help them raise their vibrational energy, their love quotient, and embrace these ideas that can change their lives and help them accelerate their spiritual development. And that's where we're at.
So could you say that maybe that's what Tezjbar is doing with you?
In
terms of development and consciousness?
Well, yeah. I would like to think that I'm not a first grader.
No, but I mean Tezjbar being, the upperclassman in this way.
He's the professor.
Okay.
Right, and I'm the college student, and I'm doing very well. Yes. And I happen to have met him at a time when I was ready for a spiritual mentor or professor. And I requested that. I wanted, I was seeking truth in the question of what's going on with the ETs. Is this real? Mm-hmm. And if it is, what's going on with that? Who are they? What's their agenda? Where are they from? What's the relationship to us? Why are they so aloof? I mean, there's really key questions we should be asking ourselves. Totally. And when you dive into that and you study the books from authors that have had relationships with ETs, and there's many, people don't know this. Mm-hmm. There are many very credible witnesses that have written many books on the subject about what they learned. And I can relate to them because I have gone through similar experiences as them, and I've learned a lot from their relationships and what they write. What you learn is that there are good answers to these questions, these key questions. And now it's time to share them with the world. Right.
Got it. Getting somebody from a very low vibrational emotion like fear or hate or rage to unconditional love is a tall order.
It is.
But there is a range of emotions in between that can help, or tools like curiosity that can slowly take you to a place where you're open to receiving more love.
Right. If we're successful, will result in a global contact, and it's going to be a benign kind of thing. And what has been told to me, that one possibility, the most likely, is that they will appear in the sky from horizon to horizon and above us as a point of light about the brightness of Venus. And that it'll be a certain pattern in the sky, a triangular pattern, kind of like if you imagine a geodesic dome above you, and at every junction point in the dome, you've got a point of light. That will give you an idea of what we're talking about. So they will appear when they're asked to appear by us, the human family, or a representative number of the human family, will come together and set that intention and give them permission to show themselves. And, hopefully they will show themselves for some period of time, and then they'll just go away. But they'll leave everyone who's seen this with the realization we're not alone, and that they're right here. Not only is there life elsewhere in the universe, they appear to be right here in our backyard, and even closer than that. So that triggers curiosity in a way that I think will lead to breakthroughs in consciousness by the individual and ultimately collectively. And there's going to be a big shift. I think it's a very good thing. There certainly will be people that are afraid, but there will be a lot of people that are initially afraid that will gradually become more open to the possibility that they're benevolent. And then it's, from there, I think it's better. They learn really who they are, and that's what comes after the harmonic convergence. There's really going to be a lot of emphasis placed on who they really are, what their relationship is to us, and why are they now showing themselves, and what's the purpose of that. It's exciting. It's really at the bottom line to all this is that the story of Earth, our origin story, is the most incredible story ever told in the universe. And that is true. I can't imagine something more epic.
I mean, prior to meeting you, I couldn't imagine merging with an alien, but now I'm actually open to the possibility. And I can imagine a lot of our viewers at home will be in different parts of that spectrum of skepticism.
Sure.
Right? What can we do if we're thinking as our more highly evolved selves, as an interdimensional being, to bring ourselves back to a loving place when we're not there?
Yeah. Well, I think the secret is with thought, controlling thoughts. So when we get depressed or angry or sad, that can have a prolonged effect on our psyche if we don't bring ourselves out of it. And we often stew in these negative emotions too long, and then it's tough to dig out. So just being aware that if we're depressed or sad for an extended long of time, is that a place you really want to stay in and be? If you really want to embrace love, and as a consequence, the things associated with love, happiness, joy, it really begins with the power of thought. And again, I have to go back to what Tezjbar told me about the power of thought consciousness. And he said, this was the most important thing he could ever teach me. And that I had put into this picture. So this is Tezjbar. This was given to me the morning of our communion on the 16th of November, 2012. And it says, the power of thought consciousness. Your thoughts are very powerful in that they influence the creation of the now, the only reality. This is why it is so important to think positively in the moment and about the future. This is the key to happiness. Wish for good things for yourself and those you love, and never let sadness, anger, frustration, or depression stay with you for long. In short, your thoughts create your emotions, your reality, and contribute to the universal reality. So I think most people, unless you're severely mentally handicapped or ill, have the ability to recognize when they're not happy, when they're experiencing one of these emotions, negative emotions like anger. Mm-hmm. That should be an indicator immediately that you're not in a loving place and that you're probably ruminating or otherwise focusing on something negative. Mm-hmm. So stop it. Just change your thought. Try to think of anything that makes you happy, that puts a smile on your face. Maybe it was a pet that you had as a child, and a memory with that pet, or a friend that you used to hang out with that you miss. But that memory brings back a positive feeling. Any technique to get control of your mind and the thoughts that are created by the ego. And I'll say this too, that the ego is like a monkey. You know, if you don't keep it busy, it's going to cause trouble. And so give it positive reinforcement to think about things, or, you know, to do things that are positive, that keep you busy, either with work that you enjoy or, you know, thinking about things that bring you joy, bring you happiness. And keep the monkey busy with that stuff. All right. Because otherwise the monkey will take over.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. We are going back to the practice of love. Practice being loving with yourself. Practice being loving with others. And make sure that those inputs that you are giving that monkey mind of yours are good ones so that you can continue running the show.
Venimos del pataste y el cacao, el renacimiento de todas las cosas buenas, el renacimiento del mundo, el renacimiento de todo lo bien, de la paz y el amor.
Los ancestros han dejado a cada cultura, a cada etnia, a cada grupo su forma de practicar la espiritualidad y su forma de la conexión. I
remember just opening my eyes and just looking at the stars, and everything felt so clear and liberating. So I got a strong calling there to really dive deeper into cacao.
Júncame, Bucúcame, los jefes del inframundo dijeron: no deben acercarse nadie en este árbol. Fueron prohibidos. Pero viene la hija de Hunahpu, que se llamaba Ishkik, burló la guardia. Al acercarse, quedó mirando el cráneo de Hunahpu. Entonces Hunahpu dijo: pon su mano. Así extendió su mano y deje caer como su baba, en forma de baba, pero es la semilla del cacao que cayó en la mano de Ishkik, y en ese entonces quedó preñada la doncella. Ishkik tuvo a luz los gemelos, Hunahpu Bishbalanque. De ahí viene el origen del sagrado cacao.
Se sabe ya por estudios científicos de la botánica del cacao que el cacao sí tiene un origen en Guatemala. Sí hay unas semillas que se remontan a millones de años atrás, que sí se propagó naturalmente en Guatemala en un clima muy apto, que era como el de la costa sur. Una cultura olmeca que existió en la democracia en Escuintla unos 2000 años antes de los mayas. ¿Qué hacían los olmecas aquí? ¿Qué venían a sacar? Una población solo se sitúa si hay un recurso sumamente valioso para poderlo explotar hasta otro lugar, ¿verdad? Tenemos toda esa línea de boca costa, 700 a 1000 metros de altura. Tenían el sotobosque a su favor y los nutrientes de los volcanes, exquisita en suelo, en lluvia, agua, precipitación. Ahí se adaptó el cacao y ahí le gustó. Entonces ahí es donde yo podría decir que el origen del cacao viene mucho de esta parte de la costa sur.
El cacao es algo que se ha adaptado muy bien en nuestra comunidad, en nuestro suelo. Es una fruta que no tiene que madurar tanto para la cosecha, para que tenga todos los azúcares bien concentrados adentro de la mazorca. Y es así como hemos aprendido a cosecharla, llevarla a un centro de fermentación.
Desde generación en generación son reconocidas en este pueblo por su trabajo. El tostado del cacao. Conocen exactamente el punto del tostado del cacao. El fuego consta de 3 piedras. El símbolo cosmogónico, que es el triángulo del sol, de la luna y de la tierra, que es el que nos sostiene.
Ya tostado, se pela a mano y esto hace que se vuelva material para moler.
Todo lo que se consume molido, nuestras abuelas, nuestras ancestras trabajaban con la piedra de moler. El fuego tiene que estar adentro de la piedra de moler para calentarlo bien. Ya que está caliente, ya se empieza a proceder con el molido del cacao. Después del molido del cacao, pues se procede al agua caliente. Se necesita siempre del batido, es la forma de que como el humo se va como ofrenda a nuestros ancestros.
Cuando nosotros consumimos el cacao, no es solo por consumir tampoco, sino que es una concentración que se hace desde la madre tierra con todos los seres de la naturaleza.
Cuando es una ceremonia, siempre el fuego sagrado. El fuego sagrado que es guiado por un guía espiritual. Y ante El fuego se presenta, se ofrenda la bebida del cacao. Se invoca el espíritu del cacao, el espíritu del aire, del fuego, de la tierra, el espíritu del agua. Y uno toma el cacao para meditar, para decir gracias por lo que tengo, por lo que soy, por lo que necesito. Es tu conexión con el fuego y es tu conexión y eso que hace que la medicina, que el cacao que tienes dentro empieza a recorrer en tus venas, empieza a oxigenarte más para abrir tu mente, para dejar el miedo, abrir tu palabra, la voz del cacao, la voz que viene para poder expresarte. Además de lo espiritual, es lo físico que puede producir el cacao, la alegría, la fortaleza, la fuerza, la energía física que puede dar.
Por eso su nombre dice en nuestro idioma Kokof. Kof es la fuerza.
Cacao is one of the richest foods in magnesium, supporting heart health, relaxing the muscles, the joints, the nervous system, and optimal brain health. Another powerful component of cacao is tryptophan. Tryptophan is a precursor to serotonin. The combination of tryptophan and magnesium supports serotonin release in the brain. Theobromine is also found in cacao. Theobromine is known for being a vasodilator, allowing the blood vessels to relax and stimulating blood flow. These components create a beautiful duality of feeling awake and energized, while also feeling relaxed, bringing a balance of feeling clarity and focus.
Es el alimento sagrado para el cuerpo, para el espíritu, para la mente, para el corazón.
¿Cuál es el espíritu? ¿Cuál es la intención que se le pone desde el corte, desde la preparación del cacao? El cacao es amor. El cacao te muestra toda su ternura que nos forma, que nos guía, que nos transforma como una bebida. Y es el respeto, conocer el espíritu del cacao. La espiritualidad no se trata de una competencia, no se trata de quién sabe más ni quién sabe menos, se trata del que respeta más. Si tienes un respeto, el espíritu mismo te habla, el espíritu mismo, los abuelos, los ancestros te guían. Esa es la guía que puedes recibir con tu corazón, con la conexión de tu mente hacia el sagrado fuego, hacia la medicina.
Black lives matter worldwide till the end of time. We rising up. Can't nobody stop us. The love we got colossal. We rising up. White supremacy, your throne's about to topple. We rising up. All imposters of power petrified like fossils. Keep it growing, my smile. I ain't beat, and I ain't found, and I ain't running. No, I ain't running. Wear my shoes, walk a mile, left my stride in my profile. Yeah, yeah. We're rising up. We are rising. Taking a stride, break all the mold they used to contrive. We be alive no matter the gun. Nooses and wits, we be our son. Cops and repeat, instead of lie. We be the truth no matter the time. Yeah, we arrive, fist in the sky. Shatter the virus, we be the ones. We be strong inside this fight no matter what. Don't be polite. Make this freedom look so bright. Running at the speed of light. The saints are on our side. Look at how we ride. We don't need your guns. We got people power and a plan with the divine. Mira para allá, tira pa' acá la historia en una lanza que nos quiere asesinar. Pero la gente se resiste. Resistance is a natural response. How you gonna tell me that we ain't bound for freedom? Man, you can't trick us. We got eyes to see us. We be looking beautiful despite your amnesia. Against the contagious, trigger happy fever. Your violence needs a surgical procedure. You try to fall. We can't be stopped. We can't be stopped. Now is the time, and we are and I ain't bound, and I ain't running, no, I ain't running. Wear my shoes, walk around, left my stride in my profile, yeah, yeah. We're rising up, we're rising up. Black people are powerful beyond measure, beautiful beyond imagination. The children of cosmic dust wrapped in enigma made flesh. Black people are supernatural, drum magic and time travel. Black people are rising. Black people are significant, magnificent, omnipresent, resilient, immeasurable, unstoppable, indispensable, brilliant. Black people are eternal, ancient ancestors of the entire planet. Black people are breathtaking, the creators of this nation, the cornerstone of liberation. Black people are genius. Black people are people on a mission to get free by any means necessary. Black people are my heart, my soul, my breath. Black people are the source. Black people are a gorgeous rebellion by the simple act of being born. Trade, no plantation, KKK, no great migration, second rate, no fake school, prison school, mind game, self-hate, overworked and underpaid, we survive it anyway. Como fue, como sea, como quiere que lo veas, vamos a ganar, en la tierra de los libres se liberan las ideas, otro mundo es posible cuando el rebelde lo imagina, y el sabio lo planea. We rising up, Black lives matter worldwide till the end of time. We rising up, from the top to the bottom, Ghana, Haiti, and Harlem. Rising up, my dignified black people got one thing in common. We rising up, no matter where we're tossed, our teams will prosper. We rising up.
Hello and welcome to the Harmonic Convergence 2020. My name is Shariah Dharma and I'll be your host today with our guest, Michael Tellinger. Michael is a scientist, a researcher, and a humanitarian who has delved deep into ancient history, many, many codes that this ancient history has for how we're living today, but also just super amazing information about how the ancients lived. And today we're also going to dive into the topic of money and its history and origin, and how and why that could be different for the benefit of all of us and the earth at this time. Michael has created something called the Ubuntu system, I guess you could say, or maybe there's a better way to say that. But Ubuntu basically has a special meaning. The word itself has a special meaning from his home in South Africa. And it points to a new way of living for humanity where we resource one another in conjunction with the earth and in harmony with all that is, rather than this wonky economic system that we have right now. So Michael, let's dive right in. Welcome. So grateful that you're here today.
Thank you, Shirai. Nice to see you. Nice to be talking to you.
Absolutely. Once again, grateful to be reunited here. And so tell us a little bit about the time of prophecy that we're living in as it relates to the ancient history of humanity and how that ties back into the money situation that we have here. It's a bit of a broad question, I suppose, but that maybe will help us prime the pump and dive in here.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to look at how many people are getting a sense that we somehow are living in a time of prophecy. And it has a lot of codes and a lot of symbols around us and a lot of indicators that we may actually be experiencing that. If you start looking at the biblical prophecy and other ancient civilizations that spoke about the end times and the end of days and what's going to happen. And if you just look around us, what's going on around the world, it certainly feels like we've entered a very dark and unstable, turbulent phase of human history. Everything seems completely out of control. There is nothing loving and beautiful and harmonious about what's erupting around us. And yet the majority of the world is yearning and striving for exactly that: unity, harmony, leading beautiful lives, living in communities of love and support for each other. And yet the opposite is happening. It's incredible when you look at the number of good people in the world, and just if you just look at the numbers, 8.5 billion people in the world, and almost 8.5 billion people wake up every morning and they want to do something good. Most people wake up every morning and they want to achieve something, they want to do something, they want to create something, whether it's creating a business, or whether it's building a house, or doing a sculpture or a painting, or creating education for your children or for yourself, or planting seeds or growing food. People generally wake up and they want to do something with their lives. And yet the majority of the people throughout their lives never ever achieve what it is they want to achieve or dream of achieving, because the socioeconomic system we find ourselves in is 100% juxtaposed to the dreams and the ambitions of the majority of the people. Mm-hmm. So something is really wrong with the system, that very few of us actually ever get to fulfill our dreams and achieve our dreams and goals for ourselves, our families, and our communities. So since that is the case, we've got to reach the conclusion that something is wrong with the system we find ourselves in. And for many years, I've been asking the question at my lectures around the world, and sometimes to very large audiences. Like, I think the largest was about 3,000 people in Germany. And I asked the people, how many of us are happy with the way the world is going? How many of us are happy with the way that our governments are doing things for us? And I must tell you that not once has anyone ever put up their hand to say that they are happy with the way the world is going. So I have 100% confirmation from the people that I've certainly interacted with around the world, and that's more than 20 countries or 30 countries around the world over a 10-year period, everyone I have interacted with is unhappy with the way the world is going. So I think that is a very good indicator of what's going on in the world. I'm not saying that everyone feels like that, but certainly the majority. So we can reach a very simple conclusion that something is dramatically wrong with our society, and most people want to get out of this. Most people want to get out of the system. They feel, like you said, that there's something dark and evil and uncontrollable and out of control around us. And most people have no idea how to get out of this mess, how to get out of this slavery system, this socioeconomic slavery system that we find ourselves in, where people have to work, 2 jobs, 3 jobs just to survive, just to buy bread and milk and put food on the table for their families. And they have to start week in, week out, month after month, year after year. This drudgery, this slavery, this misery, and something has to be done. But most people just cannot imagine how we could possibly get out of this system that we find ourselves in. Mm-hmm. Well, the good news is that there is a way out, and we'll be covering that. And there's a very simple way out of this. But maybe what has happened here is that society has had to devolve and had to fall apart and reach such low levels of consciousness and unity and support for each other and exploitation by the draconian leaders and the draconian totalitarian governments, as we're experiencing now in lockdown. It becomes very obvious to see that most of the governments of the people around the world are not there to help the people. They are there to promote some other agenda by some other organizations that control the governments. So maybe we've had to reach this point. Maybe this lockdown has been part of this great push to push humanity right to the edge of our sanity, for people to wake up, open their eyes, and realize that if we don't do something now, it's the end game. And maybe this is part of this prophecy that we've been pushed into, that we're now living in the end of days, the end times, and we have to stand up and resist the beast, resist the demonic activities that are going on around us everywhere, the pedophilia, the child trafficking, the exploitation, the sacrificial, the horrific sacrifices that are happening behind the scenes that many people are aware of. It is just despicable what's happening when you start opening your eyes, researching what's going on, and seeing how the global elite have stolen the world from its people and are exploiting the people, lying to the people through the fake news networks, through their governments, through all the agencies that they've set up over hundreds of years, reached the point now where they've pretty much got the world locked down. In 6 weeks, they locked the entire world down and convinced most of us that there's a dangerous pandemic that might just kill you. Well, many people are now realizing that that was most likely, and the evidence is everywhere, that there's nothing to do with the pandemic, but everything to do with a totalitarian move against humanity. So here we are. What are we going to do about that? The good news is that there's a very simple way out of the system. And as we start coming back out of this lockdown, abuse of our human liberties, all our civil rights, our human liberties, our humanitarian and our human rights, as we come out of this insanity, people realize that they don't want to go back to the way things were. They want to live a normal life, but they want to live a life under different conditions, under conditions where they have more freedom, more sovereignty, where they feel that they cannot be exploited and abused the way that we have been exploited and abused in the past. And that's pretty much what we find from the ancient civilizations. The more you research the ancient civilizations, the more you find the keys and the clues of what not to do, and giving us the wonderful guidelines as to what we should be doing into the future and what not to do. And that's where the Ubuntu movement and the philosophy of one small town can change the world meets with the knowledge and information that we find by studying origins of humankind and ancient civilizations going back thousands of years.
Yeah, amazing. What are some of the codes that the ancients used to resource themselves that were more loving? The topic of today is the leadership of love, which is interesting because a lot of the things that you're speaking about are the antithesis of what we would call loving kindness or leading from what love would do. And yet we want to guide ourselves back or look maybe to the past a little to see where did money come from? How did the ancients, before money came along, what were the ancients doing to resource themselves, and how was it more loving than it is today?
You know, there is some interesting stuff to do with archaeology, and archaeology is being used by totalitarian leaders and draconian leaders throughout history. To use archaeology and ancient knowledge for their own benefit, to guide their own political narrative. And this is why most of the history books that we read today are absolute fairy tales. It's very far removed from what really happened in the past. And that's what you find when you start researching ancient human history, origins of humankind, the ancient ruins around the world. It's very obvious that stuff was going on that we have no clue, no idea how the ancients built these incredible structures that we find more and more of these ancient civilizations that once covered the world. Every month, every year, we find and discover more vanished civilizations, and we realize how little we really know about the history of this planet. So for anyone to speak with any kind of authority or believe that they know what was going on is really quite arrogant. So I like to talk about the ancient history from pretty much just the perspective of what we find, the physical evidence in the stone ruins, the tools, the artifacts, what's lying around, and piece together a story rather than reading history books and trying to piece together a story from the history books, because we all know that the history is written by the victors, those that win the wars. And they rewrite the history. Look what's happening in the United States right now. They're pulling down statues. They're trying to rewrite the history of the USA. It's ridiculous. And they try to infiltrate the USA to try and create an example and then spread that to the rest of the world. And before you know, if they succeed, the whole history of our civilization and of this current epoch will be rewritten and will be erased and written by whoever takes control and takes it over. And that's what they've done. This is what's happened for thousands of years. And it's fascinating to start comparing what's written in the ancient texts, the oldest texts that we can find, and most of these would be, when I refer to this, I refer to the Sumerian clay tablets, the Sumerian text, which remains the largest body of ancient knowledge, of ancient writings. By far, the Sumerian clay tablets, there are millions of them that are filled with ancient knowledge and so the Sumerian texts are really the largest body of ancient knowledge and information. Millions of clay tablets have been translated, and they share so much information about time that can be traced back to about 6,000 years ago, but even further back in time. From the Sumerian kings list, they talk about a time before time, that the Sumerians themselves got information and knowledge from about a very ancient time in human history. It goes back hundreds of thousands of years. We learn about the gods, these beings that came to Earth, and what they did, and how they cloned a new species, and how they were mining gold. So this whole new spotlight is shone on what we never knew about, who we are, where we come from, and why we're here, and why it is that we are so enslaved and abused today, and why we're not aware of it, and why so many of us live in cognitive dissonance about the real history of this planet, while we keep believing the lies and the fake news that's shoved down our throats, because it seems to be the story of humankind. The story of humankind that literally goes back thousands of years. And the fact, and a very strong possibility and a likelihood that We were actually created and cloned to be slaves for these other beings in the gold mines. Now, that control of the species that was created was never relinquished. It was never, humans were never really freed from that absolute totalitarian enslavement and control and being lied to, so that we don't realize who we are, where we come from, and why we're here. And this is why when you start scratching and going down that rabbit hole, the truth becomes so unbelievable that it looks like many of the fairy tale and horror stories and science fiction movies that we've seen, and the mythological stories and movies that we've seen coming from Hollywood and all the great authors and writers throughout history, because much of that ancient information is actually encoded in the movies and the books that we've encountered over the last several hundred years. It's a truly what I call the terrible truth. And for us to be able to move forward, we first have to be able to come to terms and face to face with the terrible truth of human origins, the truth about the past, what really happened here, and be okay with it. Come to terms with it and say, okay, now that we know or have an idea, we will never know exactly what happened. And under the current conditions, something else was going to have to happen to be able for us to know exactly what happened. And we don't have those conditions right now. But we certainly right to be able to deduce that the history that we've been told is very different from what really happened. And we have to face this terrible truth. And from that has come, through the Ubuntu movement and what we learn from the ancient Sumerian texts about the origins of humankind, these other beings that were around here, the mythological creatures, the origins of money, the introduction of the first royal bloodlines and the first priest kings that mysteriously suddenly appeared on earth overnight. And we start realizing the game that's been played and the enslavement and the dumbing down of the species called Homo sapien, so that we were smart enough to be slaves and obey rules and follow orders and do repetitive work and fear punishment, have enough knowledge and experience of pain so that we fear consequence and punishment. And we know that if we don't do certain tasks that we've been told to do, that pain and punishment will descend upon us. And that's really what we need to deal with. And it's from that dark, what I call the terrible truth of our human origins, that comes the most liberating news of how we can extricate ourselves from that and create a beautiful world of abundance, prosperity, and absolute freedom, absolute liberty for all of humankind.
Does that mean that there's some kind of a stopgap where, even though we've had this history, we're reclaiming our power, as it were? Like, the way that I have understood it over the years is that each being created by whomever or tinkered with by whomever still has the spark of the prime creator within their heart. And at a certain point, even if they've been oppressed or even manipulated by certain beings who think of themselves as the creator being, so there's the creator being and then there's the source from which we all came, right? That source within us gives us the absolute right to aspire beyond the containment of whatever these creator beings did before.
Well, it's not just that. It seems, I think you hit the nail right on the head. What we need to come to terms with is that we're one with the Creator through our DNA that is imbued and encoded with all the knowledge of creation. Comes the resonance and the frequency that connects us, first of all to each other, so that once we start to resonate at certain frequencies, we start to connect to each other and people realize that, wow, we are actually one. We can start communicating telepathically. We can start anticipating things. We can walk into a room and feel a bad vibe or a good vibe, because it's all to do with resonance and frequency, and the resonance of coherent creation, the creative resonance of coherence and harmony. And when the moment you have dissonance, you create destruction, dissonance, and dis-ease. So it's only through the frequencies of resonance and coherence that we get into the frequencies of creation and start to realize that we are one with the Creator, we are one with God. The fact that there were some malicious and malevolent beings that utilized this knowledge of molecular biology and genetics and created and cloned a new species and then dumbed them down so they didn't know who they were, and that they had this absolute infinite power of creation. That is what I would call the great sin against all of creation. And you know, there's a lot more that one can talk about that, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole for this discussion. But in many of my lectures, I go into a deep, much more detail about the Anunnaki, the whole cloning process and what they did, and how Enki took all this knowledge and information, he actually encoded it into our DNA. And that is why so many people are on so many different levels of awakening and levels of consciousness. And so many people are yearning for more knowledge, more information, and yearning for the truth, because deep inside, at the center of who we are, we all yearn for truth. We all want to know what is the truth. So ultimately, this is why we get so disappointed and so sad and so angry when people lie to us, when we either lie to by our friends or family or partners or governments or bankers or anyone else that deceives us, because it takes us away from the core unifying frequency of unity resonance that really connects all of us, binds all of us together, so that we can start moving forward in a unified consciousness and turn this world into the absolute paradise that it should be.
And that's exactly what we are meant to do, and that's related to what we call the ascension. And that's what, you know, healing and energy healing and all the things that I've been focused on in this life are touching directly into this. Like when we do energy clearing, we're clearing patterns from way back then, and they're deep and old, and you're just reminding me of just how deep and just how old they are. So if there's any energy healers out there or people who have been trying to clear themselves, you know that you're doing a good job, and just keep going, because this is a big bucket of stuff to clear here, is what Michael's pointing to. And so how does this relate to money and our financial system? Like what is the history of money itself in this system, and how do we turn it around into a system that actually works for us and the earth?
The big question is, what is money? You know, most of us have no idea what money is, where it comes from, why we use it. It's just, we just accept it. In fact, money is far more of a unassailable holy cow than even the religions. You know, you can attack the Jews, you can attack the Christians and the Muslims and the Hindus and the Buddhists and all the religions. You can attack them for their beliefs and have a go at them. And, you know, based on the amount of work and research you've done, you might have some interesting angles and, yeah, but what about this and what about that, you know? But if the moment you attack money and say that, oh, money is, you know, we don't need money, money is just a tool of enslavement, people go crazy. So money is, you can't even go there, because majority of the people just assume and believe that money makes the world go around. Without money, there'd be no progress. Without money, we wouldn't achieve anything. How would we live without money? How would things work? How would we pay each other? How would we do things? How would the world keep moving forward if money didn't exist? And that is the big awakening that I had in 2004 when I discovered the true origins of money. When that penny dropped for me and I realized that there was a time in human history that money did not exist. And I'm not even talking about bartering and trading. Any kinds of forms of exchange or bartering or trading did not exist. None of that existed. And yet people survived, they lived happily, they lived peacefully and happily in communities for thousands of years without money And possibly there must have been periods of time that there was a lot more peace than there is today, because today there's no peace. We're in a perpetual state of war all the time. There's always conflict and war all over the world all the time. So the world is in a perpetual state of war right now. We just don't realize it. So there was a time in history that money didn't exist and people lived in small communities, and they seem to have had abundance of food and possibly lived far happier lives than what we live today, unless you've extricated yourself and you live in a little village somewhere in the middle of the jungle somewhere, and you're completely out of touch with the rest of the world, which, by the way, there are such tribes in the world today that still live in the deep jungles, and they probably live reasonably beautiful lives. That's obviously a very interesting subject to talk about when you start bringing technology and comforts and all those kind of things into it. But the key thing comes to us that most of us just accept money for what it is, and the fact that we need it, and without it, we believe that the world could not exist. Because that's what we're born into. We're born into a system. We're born into a socioeconomic system. From the first breath we take to the last breath we breathe out, our lives are 100% controlled by money. 100%. There's still some people that don't get that when I mention this. Everything, every aspect of our lives is controlled by money. Even the birth certificate that you get given when you're born, that's to do with a pen and ink and paper that's written on. All that stuff costs money to make. The hospital that you come from, that you're born in, even if you're born in a little village somewhere, there's still stuff around you that took money to make and build. Everything around your birth and throughout your life to the day you die, when the government has to issue a death certificate. So you go from a birth certificate to a death certificate, you become the possession and the property of something, which is your government. And we don't realize that we're just the possession of the countries that we are born into. We're the chattel of these countries. So we just completely and utterly believe that we need money to survive because that's what makes the world go round. Well, what if we just removed money from the system? What if tomorrow morning you woke up and there was no money? Just put yourself into that state of mind. That's what I did in 2004 to try and figure out how a world without money would work. And let me tell you, it was by far the most exciting journey of discovery that I could imagine for myself and that I could wish upon anyone else. So anyone watching this, do this for yourself. Imagine that you've just woken up. You might be in the same house that you're in, and in the town or wherever you are, and money doesn't exist, but life has to go on. How will we do things without money to carry on living in this world of ours, go through the various processes? It is the most liberating and inspiring and uplifting exercise that you will ever do, because it'll take you a little while to try and figure it out. And then once you've figured out the first little step, you'll get so excited that it'll lead very quickly to you figuring out the next step. Oh yeah, because if we can do this, then we can do that. Oh my God. And then if we can do these, then we can do that. And then suddenly you realize that you're actually creating a doubling effect. Once you figure out the one thing, then it's much easier and quicker to figure out the next thing. And then suddenly those 2 things will become 4 things that you've figured out. And then those 4 things will become 8 things, then 16 things, then 32, and it just doubles. And you start solving all the problems of the world on your own without any money. And that's very much what happened to me. It was that exciting and that uplifting and inspiring.
Well, I can imagine a world without money. I mean, I really can. And, since 2005, I've been doing these workshops called Anchor the Dream, and the big vision that comes through for humanity is the gift economy, which is kind of what you're pointing to here, because it's not even bartering or trading. It's beyond that. It's everyone shows up and does their gifts for the community, and everything works because everyone wants the positive end game, and the inspired action flows through us once we have a collective vision. So it's actually enlivening to do what we call work or create things and make things together. Would you agree?
Yes, but unfortunately, that is yes, that is. But we need to add something to that. We need to add to that a cohesive, collaborative effort of how a community and a village or a community or a town will utilize this gift philosophy to create abundance for themselves, for everyone, so that we have an abundance of everything and not just a random scattered, shoot from the hip kind of crazy bunch of people living together, do what they want and thinking they can just gift that to the community, because that's not going to work. Then you got a bit of you got great intentions, but you got a lot of chaos and not enough for everyone. So, you might have a few loaves of bread, but that's not going to help everybody. So you need to take that philosophy of a gift community and work it into a bigger model that will create absolute abundance. And I'm talking so much abundance that we actually have too much of everything. When I say too much of everything, I mean that. Too much bread, too much water, too much healthcare, too much food, too many hospitals, too many schools, too much of everything. Because when you start doing this collaborative effort that I've been sharing for so many years now, 15 years, through the Ubuntu movement and the One Small Town strategy, when you realize, when you start putting this collaborative effort together, how much we create together and how little time you have to contribute to your community towards the collaborative effort, how little time we each have to contribute to have this abundance, and at the same time have so much, all this other time for yourself to use your own natural talents and skills for your own satisfaction of creation or whatever it is you want to create or do or master. And that becomes the beautiful story of the Ubuntu movement and the One Small Town strategy. But we need to go back to the ancient times and talk about the origins of money, because we sort of got off the track a little bit. Most people don't have any idea what money is, where it comes from, how it was created, when it was created, and why do we even use it. And once again, this information comes to us not from the history books, and especially not from the academic books of universities and colleges and schools, from the books that are related to banking, financing, commerce, and so forth. All of those books start from the wrong premise, the false fake news premise or fake education information that money is a foundation for our society. So unfortunately, all the schools and university books that talk about money and economics and banking and so forth are fundamentally flawed, because they come from the wrong foundational perspective. Money was introduced to humanity as a complete and finite, absolutely complete and evolved philosophy. It was a completely evolved philosophy that was simply introduced to humanity, and some 6,000 years ago, that's what it seems around. It's very difficult to put an exact date on it, but I always say around 6,000 years ago, based on what we read in the Sumerian texts. Money did not evolve out of thousands of years of bartering and trading. That is one of the big lies that we've been told. And that is a very important agenda. There's a very clear agenda that is used by the banking empire, the banking families, the royal political banking bloodlines that run the world today, the Rothschild banking empire. And they've been using this lie that money is part of human evolution. They needed to make people believe that money has evolved with people over thousands of years, that we've always had it, we've always used money, we've always used some sort of bartering and trading or an exchange thing that then led to the creation of money, because you wouldn't always have chickens to exchange for rabbits or ducks to exchange for cows or whatever it was you needed to exchange. So money then became the new tool of exchange so that it could help us prosper and help us achieve greatness. And they have done such a good job that they've pretty much convinced majority of the world population today that money is that tool that allows us to prosper and create, and without money there'd be no innovation, there'd be no creation, we wouldn't be able to do anything. That's what most people still believe today. So
really
money,
interesting though, because I mean, that's even an eye opener for me. I guess I never heard you say it quite in that way before. So that is a complete game changer to think that we didn't start out with a bartering system.
No, not at all.
That's
that is part of the lie.
People who are trying to do new economy and new systems, that's the first kind of go-to as well. Let's go back to bartering and trading.
No, so that is never, I must make it very clear. Bartering and trading and any form of exchange is not part of the Ubuntu one small town strategy. We have to go through a process of getting to a complete no money society. We can't go from zero to hero in one jump. That's not possible. That's just simply never going to happen. So what we have to do is we have to use the tools of enslavement as the tools of liberation. This is really critical for people to embrace. So this has become the Ubuntu one small town mantra or slogan for the last 5 years now, since 2015. We use the tools of enslavement as tools of liberation and use everything that's being thrown at us by the royal political banking elite that run the world. We can't fight them, we can't beat them, we can't resist them, we can't oppose them. Anything that you try and do in those areas to resist, to oppose, just leads to violence and bloodshed. We can't do that. We can't keep going back to that kind of behavior because that's got us nowhere over thousands of years. And look what it's doing around the world today. Look what the resistance and violence and protest, look what that's doing in the United States right now. It just causes death, division, it separates people, it divides people. That's the last thing we want to do. We want to bring people together. We want people to pull together into a united, recognizing where we want to go. We want to go over there. We want to go to utopia. And to go to utopia, there's only one road, and we need to use that road together. Otherwise, we're going to destroy utopia if we keep falling for the trap and the divisive tactics played by the global elite. And they are masters of division, masters of propaganda and deception, and they're playing those cards very, very successfully right now. And so this is why I think that we live in these very exciting and disturbing at the same time prophetic days that from which will come the global unification of people as they wake up, as they become enlightened and informed, and they realize that everything we've been told is a lie, that we've been manipulated through fake news media, propaganda on every possible level, and the good people are shown to are painted as the devil, and the devil is painted as the good, those that are trying to save us. And there's just so much confusion around the world. So what I like to say to people is that, watch that play out. Don't get too involved in it, because if you do get too involved in that game being played, you then have to choose a side, because you either got sucked into this side or sucked into that side. And the moment you do that, then you become an opposition to those guys. And that's the last thing we want to do. We want to unite the people and say, what do you want to do? Everyone is unhappy with the way the world is going. And that's why this is opposition and fighting, right? So everyone is in agreement that we don't like what's going on. So let's agree on what it is that we want. And we want a beautiful world, but we want a utopian society, and utopian is a good word. Let's use that word. Beautiful utopian society filled with harmony, abundance, prosperity, love, unity on all levels, where violence and conflict is not even, it can't even enter our psyche, because it's completely unnecessary, and it is so far removed from our reality, because we have just created the utopian world where everything is possible, doable, creatable, inventable, manufacturable. Everything we've always imagined is possible, and we are doing that. We can do it. And with the Ubuntu One Small Town strategy, that's exactly where this will take us, without any violence, opposition, or conflict, because we use the tools of enslavement as tools of liberation. It is so simple, so elegant, so beautiful, that it boggles the mind with people that when they first come across this, until they get into it and they go, oh my God, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Okay, how do we do this? We need to do it now. And I always say, no, just calm down. Just calm down, okay? Don't run out there and spoil it for everybody, because first come to terms with what you've discovered. Let it resonate with you. First, absorb it, let it resonate with you, mature with those ideas. Don't just run out and start telling everybody, because then you start sounding like a new reborn Christian and you just push everybody away. And we don't want to do that. We want to embrace people, we want to bring people into this philosophy. We need to go back to the origins of money again. Just
okay,
is there something you wanted to add there?
Yeah, so I just wanted to shift the conversation over to that solution energy.
Okay, so let's talk about the true origins of money. Where did money actually come from? And once again, the Sumerian tablets, the Sumerian clay cuneiform tablets, tell us about a time when the first priest kings suddenly appeared on earth. And these priest kings, the clay tablets tell us that this was a time when kingdom was lowered to earth from heaven. So the gods appointed the first priest kings on earth, and they put them in place to rule over humanity. And these priest kings, first of all, they lived a lot longer than humans, so they obviously were some other beings or some other creatures. Who knows who they really were. But these first priest kings, first thing they did is they built these huge temples that they lived in. Suddenly they owned all the land. The people became their slaves. And they had fierce weapons of mass destruction with which they could smite and control the people if they didn't listen to them. And this is why they became the kings, because the people feared them. And they obeyed them because they feared them. And clearly, if the people didn't do what they were told, they would be smited. And they'd be tortured. And they'd do terrible things to the people. And this is why they became the kings. So this is where we, according to the Sumerian texts, see the first appearance in human history of the royal bloodlines, and that became the royal political bloodlines today that run the world, the global elite, whatever you want to call them. And then obviously the Rothschild banking empire, which is interwoven with this royal political bloodline that runs the world today. So one of the first things that these first priest kings did is, like I said, they had these temples, they built these huge temples, and in these temples they started to print these clay tablets that became the first bills of exchange, the first promissory notes printed in clay. And they became the first forms of money that they would exchange for people when they brought their gold and their silver in. So they would ask the people to bring their gold and bring their silver, and in return, they would give them clay tablets. So the very first appearance of these priest kings made them the first bankers. The temples became the first banks, and they started to issue the first forms of money in the forms of these clay bills of exchange and promissory notes. And the fascinating and the incredible thing about this is that the modern banking system works exactly the same way that it did in those very first times that these clay tablets were issued to the people. Bills of exchange, promissory notes, checks, all falling under the negotiable instruments title. And that is just spectacular. So nothing has changed. All that's happened is that the laws that govern the banking and the finance industry have just become more and more complex to make it more and more difficult for people to wangle their way out or not use the money or escape it or undermine it or abuse it. So all that's happened as people became wiser and smarter and more educated and literate, they had to create more laws and more rules and more restrictions to retain the control of this banking, creating money out of thin air, right? So that they keep control of this. And that's pretty much what it is. Bankers took the right, these original priest kings took the right to create money because they had the weapons of mass destruction. And that's how they've controlled the world for thousands and thousands of years and continue to do that today. Money did not evolve out of thousands of years of bartering and trading, as most, if not all, of our history books will tell us. Now, how do we get ourselves out of this?
Yeah, how do we get, what is the overview of the Ubuntu system that will help us make our way out of there and into this beautiful new way of living that you're speaking of?
Right. I would like to recommend for people to go and see our website. Go to ubuntuplanet.org or onesmalltown.org. Read the website. watch all the videos that are there. It's not a lot. It's really very simple. Some very short videos that are from 5 minutes to 20 minutes long. That'll give you a very quick introduction to how simple the One Small Town strategy is. Most important thing is that you have to remember that ultimately the ultimate goal of the One Small Town strategy is that money will eventually disappear from our lives, from the system, and money will disappear. But it's going to happen organically. It's not going to happen overnight. We're not going to cut it off and switch it off, because that's just an insane idea. We're not, for example, we're not creating communities without money. And a lot of people jump to the wrong conclusion. They say, oh, great, we're going to create communities and we're not going to use money. Wrong conclusion. You're going to just destroy yourselves. You can't do that. We can't create a little fish tank inside an ocean of sharks and think that you're going to survive in that little fish tank with your, it's not going to work. So we have to create something that can continue operating in the big world around us, and yet have a community that is a new system that starts to use the tools of enslavement as tools of liberation so cleverly that it works for the entire community, every single person in that community, and slowly but surely makes that community so powerful, so wealthy, so untouchable, so incredible in every aspect, from science, technology, to healthcare, to food production, to everything you can imagine. That's what we're doing. So this is why we're doing this in small towns, and it's called One Small Town Will Change the World, and not one city will change the world, because it's a lot easier to reach 10,000 people in a small town and say, look, we're going to do these different things. We're going to create businesses. We're going to set up farming. We're going to set up industry. We're going to set up all these different things that the community needs, but we're going to do it together and collaboratively, so that we don't create competition within our community. So we create cooperation and collaboration on every level.
Wow, that's definitely a different slant on things. Yeah. I mean, that's brilliant. And so there's no infighting within it. The community is working together to create all of its needs, and then we'll have a surplus that could be sold in the outer world, is what I understand. And then
exactly, that's it.
And so,
what it does is it creates a really big attraction, a very lucrative attraction for conscious billionaires and conscious investors that say, whoa, hold on. If I invest my money into this town, and I spent $1 million setting up a bakery or a dairy or growing food or technology or whatever. If I set up $1 million or $10 million, whatever it is. So what are the benefits? Well, the benefits are, first of all, you're going to get free electricity because we have our own technology. It's important to talk about that. You're going to get free electricity. You're going to get a free labor force from all the people in the community that contribute their 3 hours a week. This whole collaborative effort is based on the fact that we want everyone to contribute 3 hours a week. It is voluntary. It's not compulsory. Okay, but only those who participate get the benefits of the things that we create. It's very simple. If you don't participate, you can still live in the town, but then you can't expect the benefits of the things that the other people are contributing towards. So very quickly, everybody in the community is going to start contributing 3 hours a week, because it's fun. It also becomes a fun leisure time where you meet other people, you do things that you normally wouldn't do, you learn new skills and so forth. So it actually becomes a far more fun thing than people imagine. It's not a laborious slave job that you do. Slave job, what you do is what you do every day of your life from 7 to 5 or 6 p.m. every morning, right? That's what the slave job is. 3 hours a week of contributing something to your community actually becomes a fun-filled pastime that you'll learn new skills and interact with other members of your community. But what it does, it provides the foundation of the labor force that benefits the investors that come into town.
So that must mean that you have, it'll be organized in such a way, and there'll probably be people who have full-time job helping to coordinate, organize, supervise, manage, design systems.
You got it.
The workforce comes in freely of their own choice to bless the community with services that help move all that manufacturing
all of this
forward and whatnot.
all of this is very simply laid out in the One Small Town videos. It could be confusing if, you know, we don't have enough time to talk about it now. It can be a little confusing if I go through it too quickly, but in essence it is. We have a small town of 10,000 people. We ask everybody to contribute 3 hours a week towards the community projects. When I say community project, I mean it's a business. It is a business that we set up with an expert, a master baker or a master cheesemaker or a master welder or a master engineer or a master scientist or a master healer. So every business is set up meticulously with a business plan, more meticulously than any other business plan anywhere else, because we want it to succeed. And everybody in town is asked to contribute 3 hours a week. But those 3 hours a week also go towards cleaning the streets, looking after the aged, delivering stuff, running the errands, holding the security, the delivering, all the stuff that normally costs money. It's the labor that always costs money in the big corporations. They have a huge bill that they pay towards the labor. Now, we have a town of 10,000 people with free labor force. That puts us in line with a large multinational corporation of, let's say, 5,000 people. And the average turnover of a corporation that employs about 5,000 people, the average turnover is about $1 billion per annum. So we can start looking at our town becoming a united, cohesive business. Our town and our community is the business because we work together. And we can start imagining we can turn over $1 billion a year for our town. Think of it like that. That's how incredible and prosperous our town can be very, very quickly. And underlying all of this is the technology that we, through the Ubuntu movement, bring to this town, and that is our new technology, our new electricity technology. We have this new technology that we will not share with anybody else except the small towns that agree to participate and implement the One Small Town strategy. Because the generators that generate the electricity, new, call it free electricity, free energy if you want it, but it's basically technology that doesn't need any input or anything, so it runs on its own. It's ready to be delivered to the mayors and the communities of the small towns. It will never be released into the industry. It will never be sold to individuals for their own gluttony so they can exploit others. We will only give these generators to the community so that it belongs to the community, not to an individual or the mayor or the council. These generators will belong to the people of the community. Once they have these generators, they have free electricity. They have their own free supply of electricity. That becomes a foundation for everything they choose to do into the future. And from there, everything becomes very, very easy and simple to create, invent, manufacture, distribute, you name it.
That's beautiful. Wow, that's amazing. And we are coming to the close of the show now. And of course, we could speak for hours. Like you said, we could speak for weeks about this. And we should. I feel we should. And so people can get involved with the Ubuntu movement. They can start having conversations. They can start looking at towns that might be available for doing this in. And all that can be found at what is the website exactly again?
Well, it's either onesmalltown.org or ubuntuplanet.org. It's probably easier for people to go to onesmalltown.org, and all the information is there, the videos are there, the manifesto is there, the letter to the mayor is there. Just go there and explore. Have fun, absorb it, digest it, become one with it so it resonates with you, so you truly understand it. Don't just watch 5 minutes and then rush off and try and tell somebody about it, because you probably mess it up. Just first really.
That makes sense, yeah, because it is, some of us do we act before we're even finished getting the idea through, but that is a very loving idea, and this is the day of the leadership of love. What would love do? Well, love would create a small town that could become a utopian, blissful, harmonic community with a little bit of thought and organization and proper management. It sounds totally doable to me, and I love it, and I just think it's wonderful. So thank you so much, Michael, for being on here today on the Harmonic Convergence 2020, and I hope everybody will go and check out your websites and please know that we love and appreciate you for all that you're holding and doing for the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your interest, and lots of blessings for all the people who watch this, and go out there, spread the message, be the seed of consciousness in your community. Don't sit on the fence. Speak your truth. Learn this information. Go out there and share it with everybody.
So it is. Awesome. Shirai Dharma signing off for the Harmonic Convergence 2020. See you next time. Much love.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Harmonic Convergence. We are so happy that you've joined us today, and we have an amazing, amazing conversation with the incredible Chenoa Egawa lined up here for you, and she's going to be sharing with us about herself and her work and sharing with us some very important messages about the water. So without further ado, please, Chenoa Egawa, share with our audience a little bit about who you are and where you live, and so they get to know you a little better.
Okay, thank you, Bita, and it's good to be here with you. And my name is Chenoa Egawa, and I'm here in Washington State, and I come from the Lummi and S'Klallam tribes in the coastal area of northwestern Washington, and on my father's side, I also carry Hawaiian and Japanese ancestry, and on my mother's side, Scandinavian and Scottish and English. So a little bit of a world citizen, but here in my home territory of Lummi and S'Klallam. And I am a person who engages in many types of work and learning and teaching. I'm an artist and an illustrator, working on a book with my brother now, our second book, and this one's on the water, called The Whale Child, to be out soon. And I'm also a person who carries the traditional medicine of our family, my husband and I, and a person who believes in our teachings, our native teachings, and the wisdom that they have for the earth that I feel is really important at this time. I'm a singer and also a photographer. I love being out in nature and appreciating the natural world, and do what I can to stand up for the earth when I have the opportunity. So thank you for inviting me, Bita. I appreciate it.
It's an honor to have you here with us. And you mentioned a little bit about the wisdom of the earth that you carry and those messages of the earth for humanity at this time, for the people of the world at this time. And I would love for you to divulge into that and share with us what you feel is the most important messages that really need to come through right now.
I feel like there's so many things going on in the world today, but I always come back to the teaching that everything is interconnected, that we're all interconnected, that we are part of nature, that we're made of nature, and through the grace of nature and each of the elements and the spiritual beings that are a part of the earth, the fire, the water, the air, the sun, the moon, the stars, the plants, the animals, that when they all come together in a balanced way, they give us life in each and every moment. And I feel like there's a lot of struggle and strife that's going on in the world, and there's change that needs to happen, most definitely. And I feel that I have a special hope that we remember the earth in this time, because the earth is the one that ultimately is supporting us. And without our Mother Earth, it doesn't matter what battles we have, none of us might be here, under the circumstances, because we're on a path now that we've seen is not sustainable. It is taking us further and further from the understanding that we are a part of nature, and that our responsibility to nature is not really a part of the education that our children are receiving. And so, just going to school and learning and feeding the mind, feeding the brain. One of our teachings is, the heart is the one with the wisdom. The gut is also the one with the wisdom, the gut instinct, the intuition. And it's not just the brain and being smart. It's about being wise, and it's about being observant and learning from our surroundings, and seeing the small things in the natural world that are occurring all the time that are huge miracles and allow us to be here at all. So I really hope that through this conversation, we can accentuate that there's action that needs to be taken, not just speaking. That speaking is a good thing to have the conversations and have the dialogues, but it's actually our action and looking at how each one of us can take action. And some of us are in better positions to do that, especially if we come from this is the so-called developed world, which developed is you can see what that means from different angles. But I feel that, you know, in the developed countries, we have more responsibility because we're the ones that are destroying nature faster than the rest of the world. And so there really needs to be partnership with people who have the ability and have the good fortune of living a life in more or less in a free way, that it's really, there's a bigger responsibility for this category of people, you know, middle to upper class at this time in the developed world, to really step it up and to create unity with people outside of their own circles, and step into somebody else's shoes to really see what the situation is, so that there can be understanding and appreciation across cultures and across borders, that these borders are man-made. They're not human-made. And when we start talking about the water, we can give examples of how nature knows no borders and gives generously and freely to all of us.
Yeah, amazing. Definitely agree. And the action piece is such a critical piece. And a lot of people are currently looking for ways to be proactive and take action and be a part of the solution and part of that change that we all want to see. So what do you feel in your path and your walk? How do you see the most effective forms of action to be taken right now by people who feel like they want to step up and make a difference?
I feel like there's many different answers to every kind of question. And I feel like there's layers in this one as well, where it's about first taking responsibility within ourselves. And if we're able to do that, if we have that freedom to observe and learn about how we're living our lives and ask the questions whether this is a sustainable way of living, where we're buying things from, is it ethical, is it sustainable, is it something that's helping life, or is it something that's harming life? Is it, if it's just for the sheer purpose of pleasure or entertainment, it might not be helping. And maybe that, I think about this often lately, that everyone's work, if it would just shift a little bit to include the importance of being a life-giving, healing offering, and not just a financial avenue to make money, at whatever cost. You know, for instance, going to school to become a mining engineer is not very helpful to the world at this point. And it's like, it's just, that's just one example. But I mean, I think that there has to be a shift in our consciousness at this time as to how we have been living and seeing kind of the rat race of the first world or the modern world, and understanding that we have to kind of put our own brakes on and take a look. And the COVID has been very helpful in that, because we've all been forced to, which has been a miracle in and of itself, to have to come to a complete stop and not be able to go back out and let the earth take a breath and let the earth feel like she can rejuvenate herself, because we just take all the time. And now I just thought it's very hurtful, the lives that have been lost and the hardship that has come. But I also see the miracle of the possibility that is here for us if we can really pay attention to what's happening right now, and we can really take this time to wake up. And so I think it starts within ourselves, and then it starts within looking at our own critical way of thinking. I feel like as humans, oftentimes we can be really egocentric. We can think for ourselves, and what's the best thing for me, and how do I feel about this, and what do I want for myself, and I think we have to start thinking about other people. We have to start thinking about helping each other, and we have teachings around that too. They say, you know, every day of your life when you wake up, you must learn something new. and you must help somebody with something. And so if you're just living a life that's mostly self-serving, then you need to kind of reset and look at where you can give back, and that everything that comes around goes around. And so what you give, that happiness and that helping hand and that ability to let go of your judgments and your stereotypes and thinking that people are so different from you, instead of appreciating the wisdom that they might have and the culture that they might have and the wisdom that might come in that culture and the languages and the knowledge about the land and the plants and their way of life, is the miracle of being on this earth in a multicultural world, and to just have a homogenous way of living in the city, in this modern world where we just keep getting further and further from nature. We're missing the point of what it means to be diverse, and nature itself shows us the diversity. It shows us the brilliance of the creation that is here, the spiritual beings of the earth and the sky, and how the creation occurs in so many thousands of different ways that are miraculous and amazing and beautiful. And that's where the wisdom is, and that's where the healing is, and that's where the teachings are. That's where they come from. And so if that is not a part of our life, then we're getting off track. And so paying attention to those things, being involved in unifying where you can, being involved in stopping simple things like drinking water out of a plastic bottle, and why the plastic bottle, and who's making the plastic bottle, and what are they doing with the rights of that water, and how are those things taken from everybody who should have a human right to have clean water. Let's look deeper into things and not just pick something up and just do whatever with it and not think about it, because we have to look deeper into where things are coming from and where they're going from here, and how they're affecting us, and how they're affecting the earth, and how they're affecting other people. And so we as citizens, as the people, we need to rise up, because if we're going to just sit here and wait for other people to take care of everything for us, then we are not going to be taken care of. We have to really, and that's why I came to speak today. It's like, I'm no expert, but I have a voice, and I have a love for this earth, and I have a responsibility by having this voice. And therefore, even though I'm not an expert, I will stand up for the earth, and I will stand up for the water, and I will stand up for life, and do my part to the best of my ability, because why should I sit back and be quiet when there's something that needs to be said, you know?
Absolutely. And you mentioned the water, and you mentioned the simple shift in, for example, not drinking water out of a plastic bottle. Mm-hmm. And how to really stand up for the water. Mm-hmm. So my question to you is, well, why should we stand up for the water? What does that mean? And for example, what we learned with the Standing Rock situation was that saying of Mani Wichoni, water is life.
Yes.
And today in our alignment, there is a movement happening with Neptune that really rules water. And so water is a theme of our day energetically on our planet right now. And so in your relationship to water, tell us a little bit about why it's important to stand up for water and how.
Okay. Yes, water is life. And that is what we understand as Indigenous people. We know that water is life. We know that coming into this world, onto this Mother Earth, that it is through water that we're conceived. It is through the seeds and the transfer of the egg and the sperm that are traveling through those sacred water. And the water that surrounds us when we're in the womb and takes care of us and nurtures us the whole time. And it's the water that breaks before our mother gives birth, and the water that goes onto the earth and returns itself to the earth, and that agreement that's made between the human mother and the Mother Earth to care for this new life, this new child. And throughout every day of our life, water is a sacred part of our life. Without the water, we can't live. Water is one of the first elements that came together with our grandfather fire and formed around the grandfather fire through a process of the way that it came into the condensation, a process of condensation. Through our ancient stories, there's stories about how this occurred, and the wisdom of our grandfather fire and our holy water spirit. It's not just an element, it's a spirit, it's a living spirit. And the water is one of our number one healers, because we know that water can heal us, that water is one of the most malleable elements. When you project your feeling, when you put your prayer, when you talk to the water, when you speak to the water has its own way of it's listening with its ears and its feeling, and it becomes what it is that you put into the water. If you have a positive thought and a positive prayer, the water will listen to you and it will transform itself. And this is something Native people have known from forever. And until science came along and said, this is how it is, then people started to believe it. But we know through our ceremonial ways and through our teachings and our creation stories that it's always been that way, and that water is always a part of our ceremonies, and that water is something that many of our people still, as Native people in this country, have to go and haul water. We don't even have water running into our homes in some places on the different reservations around this country. And there's a relationship with the water that it's highly honored and highly respected and taken care of. And oftentimes I work with children, and I will go into the classroom and say, ask the children, where does your water come from? Where does it come from? And they say, it comes out of the faucet. It comes right out of the faucet. That's it. And so we talk about that. Where does the water come from? And the water comes from the sacred mountains that are upon our Mother Earth, that most cultures, most traditional indigenous cultures of each country have their sacred mountains. And on the top of those sacred mountains, there's the male rain and the female rain, that there's always the male and the female, that there's always both sides there. In other cultures they call yin and yang, or the male and the female, the light and the dark, the day and the night. The male and the female rain, they come together, the male rain being the heavy rain, the strong rain, the thunder gods, the lightning, the female rain being the mist and the soft rain that comes. And the mixing of the male and the female rain in the same way that we conceive as human beings to create life, that is how our holy water spirit conceives and creates the youth rain, the fresh rain that's born on top of the mountain. That then from there it comes down the mountain, and it nourishes everything all the way down the mountain, all the plants, the forests, the animals, the streams, the rivers. It goes all the way down, and sometimes goes underground and goes deep within the earth. And it goes all the way out to the ocean, and it goes back into the ocean, and it cycles itself, and it has a wisdom of how to purify and cleanse itself, and it has non-judgment. It feeds and nourishes everything in its path. And so if you want to understand something, you can pray to the water, and you should take care of the water, because you are the water. We're made of water. But it's not just that we're made of water, it's that it's a living spirit. It's alive. And if we want health, we have to take care of the water, because we are made of water. And we appreciate and love that spirit. And when we pray to the water comes, the rain comes, and the rain acknowledges us. And there's a relationship with the natural world. And again, I think that our children are just not learning it because they're just not taught. Because the people who have decided about what our children should learn have an ulterior motive to maintaining the status quo of what is beneficial to the people who are deciding for everybody what should be taught. When in fact, if we were, because they know how powerful it is. That's what I think, because when they come and they see a strong tribe or a strong community then they don't want you to be strong. They want you to be a follower. They want you to not be able to think for yourself. They want you to not remember your divinity and the sacred origin, that the way that the sacred water brought you into this world, the way that you took that sacred breath of life, the way that the sun was, the way that the moon and the stars were at the time you were born, and the way that we carry the voice of our ancestors, the way that we stand with the bloodlines that run through us from all the wisdom and experiences of the ones that walk before us. And so we have to remember the water. And there's places where, so many places on the earth where people are trying to stand up for that. And the mining companies are why is it? Why, my fellow people out there, why is it that there's certain ones who could make decisions about what's done with our water? Why is it that water can be privatized and that water can be contaminated because of different chemicals that are being mined and destroying entire water resources for huge regions, and bottling up water and selling it to us, and buying up all the aquifers around, doing studies and seeing where the water is at? And so it's up to us again. It's like we must pay attention in a different way now. We cannot be sheep anymore. No offense to the sheep, because those are also a part of our family and our relation. No, we cannot be followers anymore. We have to look at what it is that's really giving us life, and we have to be willing to make a stand. And if we're not, then what are we really doing here? Are we just here for pleasure and entertainment? Or are we thinking about our children? Are we thinking about our grandchildren? Do we love our children and our grandchildren? Do we want them to know the natural world? Do we want them to understand that they have a foundation upon this Mother Earth through the sacred teachings, through our grandfather fire, and through our ceremonial ways, and through our water of life, and through the sacred breath of life, and the understanding of how things go, and the offerings that are made, the way that there's respect, that there's reciprocity, there's an acknowledgement that you give thanks, you're grateful, you're not just, oh, good, here's some more water. Oh, good, here's this. Oh, give me that. Oh, give me that. Just kind of like spoiled children. Maybe we act like spoiled children. We don't remember that we're supposed to honor these things. And that's in our teachings too. All of our stories, all our oral tradition talks about when you take something from nature, you make an offering, and you make a prayer, and you give thanks, and you only take what you need. You only take what you need, and you see who else needs that within your family, within your community. And if you're an able-bodied person, you help them and you bring that to them. But you don't take so much. You just don't go in and just wipe the whole thing out, and then there's nothing left. There's an understanding of the way that the cycles move, like the salmon, coming up the river after being out at the ocean and coming to spawn up river. And the first salmon that come up the spring, up the stream, you're gonna bring that fish into the longhouse, and you're gonna make offerings, and you're gonna say prayers, and you're going to talk about these things, the gratefulness of how in our ancient stories, the animals and the different ones, the fish and the different plants agreed to help us humans. But there was a relationship that must be maintained. There was a respect and an appreciation and a care that needed to go into it. And these are the things that have been lost. These are the things that are not happening in very many places anymore. And I feel that Native people could be in the conversations, that there need to be Native people in the conversations, because there's still a lot of Native people who carry this wisdom. And I feel like it's the hope for all people, and I feel like it's been a long time of disconnection, and it needs to come back around again.
Yeah.
To remember.
So critical. You've said so many so many important things in that statement, in that answer. And one of our focuses today is the leadership of love, what guides your every action, and wanting to envision a world and a society and a culture where the leadership is motivated by love instead of anything else that's self-serving or short-sighted. So how do you see leadership coming from a place of care and love versus coming from a place of extractive, self-serving, short-sighted benefits? And how can we go from where we are now to where we want to be? What is that bridge looking like when we want to be leading from a place of love?
Mm-hmm. I think, there are many people who know what that feels like, to love and to care and to, I feel like, again, it comes back to working with ourselves in some ways, because I feel like there's certain character traits and personality traits that prevent us from being true and honest and really being loving and really being respectful for real, and not just pretending.
Yeah.
And I feel like you when you have your family, you understand what that's like when you love and care for them, and having that relationship with the earth too. And so maybe it's getting out and taking notice of what is going on in the natural cycles in the different seasons, and maybe picking a place to go out and to see the mountains and to see the way that the water is forming, through the snow and through the glaciers, and then the coming down in the spring and the summer, this fresh water that's purified for us, and absolutely you fall in love. You can't help but fall in love, or at least speaking for myself. The more that I go into the teachings that have been left here for me by my ancestors, I am naturally in love, and I remain curious, and I remain open, and I remain interested in learning, and I remain interested in understanding. I have had to go through my own feeling about hanging on to things that I don't need to hang on to. And and trusting life and looking at the temporary time that we have in this body, in this life, and what are we going to do with it? And fortunate for me, I felt something pushing me all the time, like, get back on track. Something tells me, get back on track and do it, do it now. And I think that that love is extremely important. And in fact, some of the world leaders that I think the Dalai Lama says that, that love may be the new religion, that there doesn't need to be a religion, that if there's real love, then things can come from that, and there doesn't need to be the structure, and there doesn't need to be the division and the separation and the segregation. And I know that, there's a lot of conversations through this presentation that's happening through Harmonic Convergence about the unity, and seeing that we're all a part of this ecosystem, this Mother Earth, that we think, I don't know where that idea comes from of thinking we're so separate, but it's a very sad part of the human nature. And it's also been there from the beginning of time. It's one of, as the Buddhists say, it's one of those seeds that you might want to stop watering, because it grows into an ugly monster, and it grows into hatred, and it grows into racism and discrimination, and it grows into hierarchies, and it morphs into being very destructive, because it's not life based on love. Because if it's life based on love, it doesn't destroy everything. If it's life based on money and making money and having fame and having all this glory for myself, then it's destructive. It's very destructive. And so if it's loving, it gives to life, it supports life, it helps life, it heals hearts, it heals our children, it heals our relatives, it heals people we don't even know that we can be kind to, whether we know them or not, because we share this existence that's very sacred and very special. It's a miracle that each one of us are here. And somehow may our minds open so that we can come to this understanding. And maybe it comes through, the hardships that we're going through now, because in stubbornness, sometimes it takes severe movements like this to happen to the point where we actually can crack open a little more. But it's opening the heart, continuing to open the heart and to monitor ourselves when we're being judgmental or critical or closed-minded or lacking perspective or thinking. They say there's the perspective that each one of us has is just our own. And then everybody sees the world in a different way. And so there has to be an understanding on how to communicate effectively and thinking simply about the earth. Life should be more simple, and there's enough to go around. And so it's, I love what's been happening through this time with COVID about all the gardens that are coming out again and growing our food, and listening to some of the world leaders about, not the world leaders, but people like Vandana Shiva, and listening to them talk about, the women who are working with the plants and the seeds, and the people who are taking care of our seeds, and the people who are fighting for the food sovereignty, to have our sacred seeds, our heirloom seeds from thousands of years ago, and to have the diversity of the seeds, and to be able to plant our own food, and to be able to eat our own food, and to be able to have this clean water. And so love comes in many, many, many forms, but it's kindness too. And it's a word I've been seeing more everywhere I go and hearing it. Kindness. What is kindness? It's not that hard to be kind. And sometimes it's that, again, that's so many layers, because everybody's got their different beliefs and thoughts. But as more of us can be kind, and then come together, be kind and come together and find solutions, because we are intelligent and we need some wisdom to guide our intelligence. We're not just book smart, because if we just got smart from a book, we're not really putting it into action. We're just reading it and regurgitating it. So we have to do it and do it together, and care for one another, and be willing to hear each other, and to be able to try to understand from what we're hearing, and quit taking everything so personally. Just listen, and out of curiosity. I always think of children, like the way that our children come into this world, and they're curious and they're open and they love everything and they love everyone, and everything is interesting and everything is new. And it's like, if you could have a fresh vision like that, and bring back that curiosity and freshness of a child, then life is just, can be so beautiful. It's our attitude, it's our positivity, it's our hope. Those things make life beautiful. Those things make life beautiful, even in the hardest times. And so there has to be positivity. You have to work on those negative things and turn them into something positive, just the way that they say the Mother Earth can recycle it for us, and the Mother Earth can take these things and make beauty from them. But let's take care of her, because she's taking care of us. It's our mother. We need to do this. And bringing our children, helping our children, because in this book that we wrote, The Whale Child, we've really left the responsibility to our children. And that is not, that's not very responsible for us elders here. We're leaving a mess for our kids. And so think about it. What do we want to leave our children? Sometimes you hear the news and you're like, oh my God, I have no more hope. It's like, you better get some hope. If you have some kids in your life, you better be hopeful, because they need you to be hopeful, and they need you to tell them, help me, you know, come on, let's do this. There's always a way. There is always a way. And that's what I learned from our teachings too. There's always belief. There's always faith. There's always a possibility. And so action. Let's do it. You know, that's what I think, you know, and love comes from teamwork. Love comes from a hard task and bringing people together and having everyone work with you. And then it's fun. It gets done quicker. And you get to enjoy each other's company, and it's teamwork. So there's this whole illusion of living in isolation and having single unit families is so not good, so wrong. And so it's created this status quo of how people think they're supposed to live. And when you have children and you're living by yourself, trying to raise your child by yourself with no family around and no friends around, you see how ridiculous it is. We are communal people. Humans are communal. We're meant to be together. We're meant to help each other. We're meant to have multi-generations to teach our children, because every generation has a different offering at that point in their life. And so coming back into community, and really reaching out across your comfort zone. I think I like to stress that too, because don't be afraid of somebody because you don't know who they are. You know, everyone has a story. Everyone has a beautiful story. Even the tragedy of their story is beautiful. And especially when you help them to overcome that tragedy or bring that healing, it's the most beautiful thing ever. And so be more open to people you don't know, and be more respectful and helpful, and take it on to do something each day for somebody. And that somebody can be a human, or it can be the earth, or, you know, do something to say, okay, what's my part in this change? What's my part in this transformation? Everybody has a role. And that's another teaching of our Native people. They say, don't teach everybody the same thing. Don't teach them the same thing, because then they won't need each other. You know, everybody has all these skills, and it doesn't matter if that person has them. I already have them. But in a society, we're supposed to we're all born with our unique gifts, and we need that gift to shine in order to make sure that the rest of the world is receiving the part that we brought specifically to add to the whole, so that it could be whole. And so when we cut people out and when we push them aside, we're missing out. And so be open and help people to bring their gift out, and help them to believe in their gift and believe in and the gift comes from the heart. You know you're on track because the gift makes you happy when you express it. It's like your heart is like, yes, that's it. It's not like, oh, my gift, yeah, I'm struggling, I'm suffering. It's like, no, that's not the gift. It comes from happiness. It comes from love. It comes from joy. It's meant to make you happy because it wants you to recognize, hey, this is part of why you're here. Bring it, you know. So I was thinking about that, you know, love will break your heart and humble you to the core and show you the beauty. There's everything about love, all of it, all the feelings, but ultimately it brings you to a place of deep humility and humbleness about the passing of time and about the amount of time that we have in this life, and where we're going to go from here, and how our spirit's going to carry on from here. And if we could, you know, I think that's why the people who have the near-death experiences are, you know, they pass on for a while, but somehow they're revived. Somehow they catch it, they wake up. But it's like, we just need to wake up now and remember that we don't know how much time we have, you know? We don't know how much time we have. And so it has to be, each day has to be the blessing, and we have to make the best of every single day that we have, and do something helpful and useful for this earth. So
Amazing. Wow. So profound. So much wisdom in what you're sharing. And I'd love to hear more about your authorship and the books that you've written and illustrated and created with your brother. I understand that your second book is about to be published. Mm-hmm. So I'd love to find out more. Please share with us.
Okay. Yeah.
Books.
So the first book is called Tawny's Search for the Heart, and it was one that we self-published together. My brother's name is Keith Egawa, and we wrote that book, and it's kind of based on how we used to feel around our great grandma and the time that she lived in, being born in the late 1800s, up on the Sklallam Reservation or the Sklallam Territory out here in the Puget Sound, and then traveled by canoe to live up at Lummi when the reservations were established. And just feeling that gap between the way that she lived her life and gathering and fishing and really working with the land and being a part of the land, also being in the boarding schools. And so it's about this little girl that doesn't really fit in school, but what she's being taught is what her grandma is showing her, and she ends up bringing that knowledge to the other kids, and they end up building a cedar canoe that there's a cedar tree that talks to her and tells her, I want to be that canoe for you and for the other kids. And so that story, it's Tawny's Search for the Heart, that everything that you're looking for in the world is already in your heart. And that the journey is, any hardship that you go through, you already have the answer for it. It's right here in your heart. And so that's Tawny's Search for the Heart. And then The Whale Child is one that we're getting published through North Atlantic Books, and it's coming out September 8th. And it's a story about a special whale child, the way that all of our children are special, the way that every child is born with a gift. And this child's gift is to be transformed by the water spirit into a human child for a short time in order to meet his family on the land, a little co-Salish sister that he has and his human mother, and to share teachings about the oceans and the water and what's happening to our oceans through his perspective as a whale, and coming to teach his little sister, his little human sister, in understanding that she is taking on this responsibility with the other children. And so it's a story that was inspired by a real dream that my sister had the night before our nephew was born. And she dreamed she was swimming in this beautiful tropical water that was shallow, and there was a whale swimming there. And she swam up to the whale, and she looked into the eye of the whale, and it was looking back at her. And then the eye just went black, and then in that eye was a baby's eye, and the baby was looking back at her, and it had a certain kind of blink where the eyelid would kind of stick, and then it would kind of pop open. And she woke up right after that, and she told her husband, the baby's coming, we need to go to the hospital. And she forgot the dream. And so when he was born, it was a very intense time, because she went through labor for 46 hours or something, very, very difficult. And I went out to make a prayer at that time, and I was really worried and stressed out for my sister, because she was suffering. And I called upon all our ancestors, and I was kind of upset. I was like, where are you? What are you doing? Get over here. Look at her. You know, I was just like, ah. And I went back in, and my dad was sitting on the side of the bed with my sister, and he had his eyes closed, and he was crying. And we said, Dad, why are you crying? And he said, all the grandparents are here, and there's somebody with them. And then in that moment, then my nephew came, my sister's son. And so we always called him our whale child, you know, and the way that it is with our native teachings, it's like when you come into the world and you're given a name. And so he was given a name, and and they say, you know, don't drag that name in the mud, you know, uphold that name, have respect for it, have respect for the ones who gave you that name, and take your responsibility and remember who you are. And I felt that calling, like, you know, we need to write this book for him so he remembers who he is, and he remembers his divine origin and his spirit and his purpose. And so the book was written and just ended up containing all the teachings about the water and the magic that exists in this world that has been here all the time, that we just have turned a blind eye to in a lot of times here, because we don't notice these things anymore. And so it's bringing back that magic and bringing back the hope that it's definitely has places where his little sister's like, what are we going to do about this? Just the way that people think, what are we going to do? We're in deep here. We've made kind of made a mess of things. How are we going to get out? But it's like, you always have to have that hope, and you always have to take that first step. You always have to move in that direction. You can't take on the whole thing at one time. You got to just start moving. And so The Whale Child it'll be out September 8th. And we're feeling really happy because it's just a major accomplishment filled with a lot of prayers and a lot of hope for teaching our kids and for families to share it with their children. And for suggestions, there's also a part in the back that talks about the Coast Salish people and the tribes of Washington State and the western Washington State along the coast, and some of the environmental issues that have taken place in this area, and stopping the coal terminal up at Lamy, and so just a book that will bring a lot of conversation and a lot of suggestions on how children and their families and maybe teachers and schools can start to bring some of this type of education in, so that kids are not going to be caught off guard with the immensity of what is before them. And it's out of love. The book, it comes from love. You know, we're talking about love, and it's the love for our children, the love for our child, and for our nieces and our nephews. And so that's how that book came about.
Amazing. So exciting. Can't wait for the book to be published and to get a copy and to share it. And I'm so grateful that you and your brother have chosen to share such a private and personal story with the world, in the hopes of inspiring parents and children to remember these teachings. So I'd like to shift gears and talk a little bit about this harmonic convergence. A lot of our focus here is we're partially focused on our planet and everything that we've talked about today, and what our Earth needs, and really waking up and taking action and coming into right relationship with ourselves and the elements. And then the other part is looking at the stars and the galaxy, and looking at our planet as part of an even greater ecosystem. Just like we have ecosystems within the planet is also a part of greater ecosystems. And the messages that have been coming through the cosmic consciousness and intelligence has been very much consistent with the message of this Earth. Your Earth is it's not a resource for your life, but it's the source for your life. To reconfigure the way we relate to Earth as the source of life, not a resource for life. And it's as if the star beings or the other intelligences in this vast infinite universe really want us to get that at this point. So in our final conversation here, what are your thoughts about that it would help us as a humanity, as a human family, to remember that we're part of an even bigger constellation within the universe?
Mm-hmm. I think what I would, yes, I mean, obviously we come from the Earth and the stars. We come from the Earth and the non-earthly elements. And a lot of our native people have stories about coming from the different stars. And so, you know, again, when you look deeply into anything, you can see where you could follow a deeper story and a deeper an understanding of that. I'm always taught to just look at my 2 feet upon the Mother Earth, and I believe in the guidance from the ancestors, and I believe in the prayers and the guidance of people who care and spirits who care. But I also believe that we're supposed to focus on our own 2 feet and see where we're standing. And we're supposed to be aware of how we're walking upon this earth, and that we're to be aware of the spirits that are here helping us in our native way. They say that, pay attention to what's right here. There's the fire sitting right there, your grandfather. Here's the Mother Earth. You're walking upon your Mother Earth. You're sitting upon your Mother Earth. Here's the air you're breathing. Here's the water you're drinking. Here's the plants. Here's the, look at what's around you. Don't send your mind way out there, because you're going to forget where you're standing. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, we're connected, but our work is here, or maybe we would still be out there, but we're here for a reason. So pay attention to what we're doing on the earth. And believe in that too, but don't let it get distracting, and then you forget what you're supposed to be doing. And I think it's the same way with some of the teachings of the Buddhist and the Taoist people. Or when you encounter something fantastic that comes from somewhere else in another world, and it's not meant to be distracting. If it distracts you from your focus, then you screwed it up. So pay attention to where you're at, and bring your mind home to your body, bring your mind home to your heart, bring your mind home to the feeling of your feet. When you get out of bed, you sit up and you put your feet on the ground and feel your feet and walking on the earth and being present, because I think that's the thing, that if we're not going to be present, then a lot of things can go on that wouldn't go on if we, it's like, if you're not present, there's a lot of things that can happen without you even knowing. So stay focused, because the wool has been pulled over our eyes many times. So know where you stand, know who you are, know what you're doing, pay attention. Don't let your mind go way out there, because this is here where we're working right now. They say when it's time to go out there, you're going to know about that, or you're going to remember. I believe our memory is in our DNA too. And I believe that some of those memories come back when they're meant to. Not everybody is meant to remember them. Some people are meant to. Some people are meant to specifically stay focused. And so I believe, yes, there's life. There's more life than here. And yes, it's a miracle that we're here on this earth. Yes, it's a miracle that this earth exists. It's even through the pain and the suffering that we go through as human beings, it's a miracle, and it's worth it. And we have to pay attention to coming home to ourselves. We have to come home and be present, pay attention. What does it mean to have one thought? What does it mean to stop your mind from running all over the place? And just be able to focus and concentrate and meditate and observe and see what's going on and appreciate it, and not be thinking about 100 different things. Because when we're doing that, we're not really here. It's just you're somewhere else, and we have this body for a reason. This body is carrying our spirit for a reason. So pay attention to the wisdom of this body too, this wisdom that's trying to help us to remember that we're a part. We have a biological clock point right here. This is the one that tries to reconnect us to the earth, to the waking up in the morning, to the sun setting at night, to the seasons, to the cycles, and all the teachings that are right in front of our eyes. So we don't have to go too far. We got to look what's being taught. What is the forest showing us? The forest is showing us tolerance. The forest is showing us that there's many different species from all different varieties, and they grow in harmony together, and they stand patiently, and they're tolerant, and they help each other to grow. And so I feel it's important, but I feel like we need to focus here, what's going on here. Yeah, that's what I would say about that.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Chenoa Egawa. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to share your teachings and messages with our global audience all around the world. And if anybody wants to get a hold of you and find out more, maybe get a copy of your book, how can they best reach you?
I think the website should be working by then, www.swanclan.com, SWANCLAN.com. And yeah, I think that's the name. Just looking up the name, and there might be other ways to connect there also.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Have an amazing rest of your day. Thank you everybody for tuning in. And we'll just look up Chenoa Egawa's website, www.swanclan.com, and you will have access to her books there and maybe even some of her photography, and you can contact her directly from her website.
And some of the songs too are on there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the incredible songs. That's a real treat. Thank you. Thank you for this time, Chenoa and everybody else, and we will talk to you soon.
Okay, take good care. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Alabao al gran creador y formador del universo, siempre se dan las gracias. Gracias, oh corazón del cielo. Gracias, oh corazón de la tierra. Gracias, oh corazón del agua. Gracias, oh corazón del fuego. Oh cuatro vientos que respiramos el corazón de nuestra vida. Te damos siempre las gracias. Te pedimos el permiso para que nos abras el camino en las cuatro direcciones. Gracias, abuelos y abuelas Balanguichea. Oh Paloma, dador de vida. Gracias, abuelos y abuelas Malamacacho Mija. Gracias por cuidarnos, por protegernos en la caída del Padre Sol. Gracias, abuelo Oik Balam, abuelo Katishaja, manantial, nacimiento de las aguas, donde nacen, surgen el agua que corre en nuestras venas, nuestra medicina, el sanador de nuestra vida. Gracias, abuelo Mahukuta Sununya, postrados en el ocaso del viento, donde recibimos el alimento sagrado de toda la producción que nos da la Madre Tierra. Gracias por darnos todo lo necesario, el alimento sagrado, el alimento espiritual, nuestro vestuario, el producto de nuestro trabajo. Gracias te damos. Te pedimos por nuestros hermanos menos válidos, que no tienes un pie, un brazo, un ojo, que no haga falta, la abundancia que haya siempre en todos los hogares.
Patience is really about trust. I see trust as like planting a seed. When you plant a seed in the garden, there is droughts that come, there are insects that come, so you have to tend the seed. But if you tend it, it wants to grow and it will produce amazing things. And if you want to teach children patience, have them plant a garden. You know, even those little cups with the seeds in kindergarten, that teaches patience beautifully. If you want to teach children patience, have them mark when the birds leave and when they come back in the seasons. If you want to teach children patience, have them put the little lines on the wall, how tall they are, and then look a few weeks later and notice they've grown, so that you invite them into the mystery of the natural unfolding. And they learn it because you feel it and you begin to trust it with them. You hold their hand and say, this world is trustworthy. This world wants you here as a child. You are a child of the universe, a child of the spirit. So you choose your intention, you plant a beautiful seed, you direct yourself to a creative project, to a visionary way of living, to a community, a family, a part of the earth, to something that is a gift that's given to you that you can give back. And then you see what happens. And to understand that is an enormous gift. Patience sometimes can be misunderstood as inactivity. If I'm patient, it means I'm holding back and I'm not going to give myself fully to something. But it's not that at all. Patience or trust is really waiting for the right season. Again, like surfing, you don't just get on your board and paddle. You wait for the right moment in the wave. Patience allows a kind of deep inner trust that we have the capacity to be with the matrix of life. And when you quiet your mind and open your heart and look to the mystery, then it's not even a question of patience. It's a question of being home. And you're home exactly where you are, which is where you always are, in the reality of the present. It doesn't mean that we don't weep. It doesn't mean that we don't care deeply about the losses in the world. In some way, as we become trusting, patient, more grateful, even grateful for the difficulties, we also allow ourselves to be touched more fully by life. And in that there is trust. In that there is a sense not of patience, but of presence that grows. Here we are in this vast ocean with the waves, and we're learning to surf. And as you quiet, how can you be anything but grateful? Grateful for the next breath. And someone who's sick knows that really well. Grateful to be able to walk and eat. Grateful for the eyes that allow yourself to see the colors of the world. Grateful for your ability to choose and move and respond, whether it's in difficulties or in opportunities. Grateful for the life you've been given. And this awareness, this presence, we could call it sacred presence. It is who we really are. It is your birthright. You don't have to be grateful. You are gratitude of the world expressing itself through you. You are the love of the world. Remember this as your true nature. Trust it. It is your home.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Harmonic Convergence 2020, Day 3. Leadership of Love, What Guides Your Every Action. I am Iran Zahavi, and I am honored and thrilled to be here with a very special guest, author, mystic, poet, and creator of the Gene Keys, Richard Rudd. Richard, thank you so much for joining us today.
It's my pleasure, and it's lovely to be here.
And you are beaming to us live from the UK, so and I know it's evening there and late as well, people tuning in all over the world.
Yeah.
So it's wonderful to connect with you here in this time and space.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be here.
Yeah. And, you know, Richard, for those that may not know about the Gene Keys, can you share a little bit about yourself and about the Gene Keys and your teaching?
Yeah, sure. I guess about myself, I'm a very ordinary man, but I had an extraordinary experience back in the late 90s that kind of catapulted me into this role that I find myself in now. And in that experience, I, like some of us maybe have had glimpses of this, but I entered into the kind of unified consciousness field and remembered many things about life and myself and my destiny. And I guess it was a bit like having a download of the symphony of the cosmos. And perhaps like Mozart saw a symphony and then he had to sit down and write it out, right? So I then had to sit down after that experience. It lasted 3 days. And I had to sit down and then kind of figure out. It took me a lot more than 3 days. It's taken me until now, and I'm still doing it, to unravel this mystery of life and existence. And at a certain point, it kind of coalesced in me, and I wrote this big book called The Gene Keys, this big thick book, and I managed in some respect to get everything that happened to me in those 3 days into that book. But it's not the story of that, it's a code book. It's a code book of consciousness. And so it depicts 64 codes or codons, which relate to human DNA, that are archetypes of the evolution of human consciousness. So these are psychological archetypes that consist of levels and layers. So the 3 layers are the shadow, which is the victim pattern, and then the gift, which is hidden in the shadow, in the pain, in our trauma. The gift is a creative impulse. And then what I call the siddhi, and the siddhi is a Sanskrit word meaning divine expression. And that is a whole continuum. So through this book and this teaching, it's a way of understanding what human DNA is from a poetic level. And I'm a poet, really. I'm not a scientist. I have some scientific understanding, but essentially what you get from me is a poet's view of the continuum of consciousness as it manifests through humanity. And within the transmission of the Gene Keys is also a kind of woven, a deep prophecy. And it's not a kind of conscious prophecy, although it is on many of the pages, but it's an impulse that moves through the work of the time that we're living in and what we're moving towards, which is a more enlightened expression of our highest potential.
And that's wonderful to hear that you have such a positive message of the time to come, because there are many of us right now around the world that are sort of gripped or paralyzed with fear. And yet in the prophecy of the Gene Key, in your teachings and in your storytelling, you hold forth a really positive message. So can you share about that, of what you see coming and why we can feel good and hopeful about the time that's upon us?
Yeah, I mean, what I can give you is, in response to that, is something that I think every human being has it deeply embedded inside them. And there may be layers to move through before we reach it. But I call it a cellular certainty. And because I experienced it in the cells of my body. And it was a cellular certainty of the compassionate intelligence that moves through every human being and every possible cell of the cosmos, every rock, every tree, every animal, creature, star is imbued with this compassionate intelligence that has a purpose, a hidden purpose. And it moves inside us as well, and it moves through whole big groupings as well. So humanity is one group, one group consciousness. And the evolutionary impulse is moving us from this phase that we're in now, single-celled, almost a single-celled consciousness. Even though we're multicellular, we have a kind of single-celled experience. In other words, I believe that this body is mine, it belongs to me, and it stops here. And the next level of kind of breakthrough is the breaking apart of that illusion and the actual living experience of we're interconnected, we are one being. And that's not just a cute concept. The understanding that came through the gene keys is that this is a cellular change. This is a genetic change that's coming to our species, that's wired into us. The mystery of how it will come wasn't revealed to me. But the certainty of its coming was revealed and is imprinted in every page of that book and every word of my teachings in a way. And in other words, we kind of have to go there. There's almost no other way but forward. And what is clear though is that if you look back at evolutionary biology, you see that in the past, every huge breakthrough in species comes about at times of intense trauma. And it's the trauma that creates the upsurge so that the old can be shaken off and that the new can emerge. I mean, this is an old story, right? We all know this story. Mm-hmm. It's in every book and movie and everything. It is the oldest story. And we are actually at that threshold. We're approaching that threshold. It's beginning in these times. And I suppose what's a little bit unique about the Gene Keys message is this fact that it's actually a genetic change in the basic underlying architecture of our biology that has to take place in order that a new awareness system can open up, can come online, and that awareness system will allow us to transcend the illusion of our separateness. So, yeah, it's actually a physical, embodied experience that's coming.
Hearing you talk about that so eloquently, I think about the process of a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly. And in that chrysalis moment, the caterpillar just completely dissolves, right? It has that liquefied process. And I don't know what the consciousness of that creature is, but I would have to assume if it were conscious of its experience, it would be excruciatingly painful to feel every piece of you completely turn into this primordial goop. And then the imaginal cells start to pop up. The one that says, oh, I think I'll be a wing and I'll be an antenna, come together and form, and then create the butterfly, which is the fullest expression of itself. And I hear that process as a just natural part of the natural cycle of a little bit of what's happening through humanity right now, that we may be in this chrysalis period of breakdown, but many of us are becoming the imaginal cells and awakening to the fullest potential of what's possible. And what I'm hearing from you is that you're saying that's actually happening on a genetic level of coming through us, of that type of transformation. And just part of the regular evolutionary piece of that. So that being the moment now, I bet a lot of people would like to know, well, great. When is it going to end? When will we emerge? When will our wings dry and the process can be complete?
Yeah, the immortal question of when. You know, in a way, when is the wrong question. I mean, it's a human question, but when takes us away from now and actually slows down the process, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. So worrying about when is part of the old way. You know, the new way won't concern itself with when. I mean, the image that I use with gene keys and that came strongly, if anyone ever gets my book or is interested, you can read the 55th gene key, which is the kind of prophetic one. And in it, I tell the story of the dragonfly, which is similar to the caterpillar and the butterfly. Slightly different because the elements are different. So the dragonfly nymph lives underwater for 3 years as an underwater predator, very successful predator. And then one day, because it happens quicker in a dragonfly, and I think that's relevant. So one day the dragonfly nymph, it does something completely out of character. It finds a stalk of grass or a rush or a reed, and it attaches to it and it climbs up out of the water into the sunlight. It's never ever done that before. It's out in the sunlight, and then it's clinging to this frond in the sun, and it's the sun that causes this mutation, this series of molts of transmutations. I should say that actually there are smaller molts that take place while it's underwater. There's several of them, but then the big one is when it leaves the watery environment and is in the air, and the sun starts to kind of work on it. And the heat is actually what creates mutation. You know, geneticists will tell you this. Like, heat creates transmutation. And so what happens is then the back starts to kind of split open, and the thorax starts to kind of uncurl. It literally uncurls, and then these 4 incredible wings come out. And what it is, that the way it works is it's the water of its old life that creates the hydraulic pressure that actually splits open the back and creates the body to unfurl. And just as the wings are finished, all the water is gone. You know, so the old life is actually the transformational agent that makes the new life possible. And then this thing is hanging there, you know, and it just drying, just kind of hanging, and then a puff of wind, and it's gone. And it's this marvelous, iridescent kind of creature, this dragon, that is the most magnificent, you know, expression of, I don't know what, but you know, it's so far removed. And I tell the story because the relationship between what was and what's to come is almost impossible to gauge. You actually cannot relate them. It's like the butterfly and the caterpillar. It's so different in every respect. The functioning of the new human is so different in every respect, from the way we view time, from the way we experience emotion, from the way we move, think, connect. It's all completely, everything we know is gone, in the sense of we carry with us our wisdom, but the old ways of understanding are going to drop away. And it's also a very swift process. As I understand it, it's incredibly swift in evolutionary terms. So the answer to when is coming soon. You know? But I don't know what that means in evolutionary terms.
Right, because the scope from a wide lens, that could be...
I mean, there are markers, you know, like 1987, Harmonic Convergence was a clear marker. As I do things in threes, right? I love threes and trinities. So I called Harmonic Convergence, and then 2012 was the second marker in the trinity, and I call that melodic resonance. And then the third marker is 2027. You know, so it's these years, these 30 years, and that I call rhythmic symphony. And they're kind of markers for the transition, the beginning of the transition, in a way. So in those 30 years between 1987 and 2027, a lot of that old, the process you've described, the dying of the cells and the falling apart of the old structure, and just the beginning of the cracks to appear, particularly in these years that we're in now. And obviously we have one more 7-year cycle from this year, you know, which is a cellular cycle. So it's going to be a very interesting 7 years, I would say, coming.
And we find ourselves at this Harmonic Convergence 2020, to your love of the Trinity, 33 years from the first Harmonic Convergence. So obviously no accident. I love that dragonfly story, and I'm thinking, equating it to, as we do with all great storytelling, how do we take the analogy and apply it to ourselves as humans? So here we are, the dragonfly, we're swimming under the water, living our lives, and for us to become the fullest expression of what we are requires us to leave everything we know and to come out into the sun and to stand on that reed and then to break down. How do we know when to do that? And again, I don't know if when's the right question, but you know, with the dragonfly, I'm assuming you've, in your contemplations, have maybe thought about it. What is it that calls the dragonfly out of the water? And for us as humans, are we just going to know? Is it something that we need to be open to? How do we answer the call when it says it's time?
It's a great question. I think that it has two answers as well. One is that it's literally a sleeping gene. You know, one of my teachers called it the sleeping phoenix. You know, it's a sleeping gene somewhere buried in the backwaters of our DNA. One little trigger, you know, and no one can predict when that trigger will fire off in a specific individual. You know, and it just fires off when it fires off. That's part of the mystery. But what it does is it creates a quickening in that person. And my understanding is that part of that quickening is that the behavior changes. And the major behavioral change is you begin to look more deeply into your shadows. You know, you stop the distracting behavioral patterns of stress and what in the Gene Keys are called the shadows. You know, you begin to slow that down. You begin to bring a real focus into the center of like, why am I so damn uncomfortable? And why am I not paying attention to why I'm so damn uncomfortable? That's the trigger. That's the result of the trigger. So you begin to have the courage to look at your own pain and begin to kind of explore it with willingness and with openness and with gentleness. And that's like the beginning of the process. I think so in a way that was the other answer, that like the other answer is, well, it's the same answer. It happens when it happens, and it can happen from you hearing this conversation. It can happen at, you know, whatever inspires you, whatever triggers you to have the courage, you know, but it is a when, actually, because we go on putting it off and putting it off and putting it off until we stop putting it off.
Yeah.
And that's when the trigger fires, you know. Right. So it's a crystallization moment, really powerful moment. And as I said, there are molts in the dragonfly larvae, you know, in its earlier phase. There are molts, there are earlier shifts where we have a go at it. You know, we start to have a go, and then we drop back into our old patterns again. And then we have another go, and we go, okay, I'm going to try and explore this discomfort a bit more deeply, you know, with a bit more compassion. And then we drop back into the old patterns. But at a certain point, we just go, right, I'm putting my sword in the ground and I am not budging until this thing has revealed what's hidden inside it. It's like Rumi said, you know, the answer to the pain, the end of the pain is hidden in the pain. You know, the end of the pain is hidden in the pain. So
wow.
There's only one place to look.
Right. And that's a scary place for a lot of people to look.
Yeah.
Because so many of us will do anything to avoid suffering.
Of course.
And that makes me think about your teachings with the 38th gene key, the difference between struggle and suffering. And I think that is so relevant right now. Could you expand a little bit on that connection between those and really how it applies to what's happening with so many of us in the world today?
Sure. I think, when I use the word struggle in the gene key, I use words in a very precise way, as you know, very specifically, and then I open them up and I explore them, and then we discuss them with whoever's, and more importantly, you contemplate the word, so each of us contemplates that word and what its meaning truly is for us. And then that word, kind of like a homeopathic pill, you take the word for that gene key, if it's struggle, right, let's say, because we have these, in gene keys, as you know, we have these profiles, which also enable us to see specific keys that relate to us through astrological data. Not astrology, but through the gene keys profile, which we could get into in a little bit. So if you have 38, for example, as one of your primary keys, then struggle would be one of your words. And you would have to really understand what that means. And because it's just a word, right? But then when you take it inside like that homeopathic pill and you start to really contemplate, well, what does struggle actually mean for me? And you realize after a while what that is. It's a feeling, it's a vibration in your body that you want to get away from, you want to resist. It's very physical, right? The shadows are very physical. And so we do anything to get away from the physical feeling. So we'll go into our head, we'll go into our emotions, through our relationship, we'll go out through the senses in as many ways as we can, because we don't want to come back with the breath into the place where the actual struggle emanates from. So when we realize, it's just a feeling, it's just a sensation, it's not going to harm me, I don't need to fear it, it's uncomfortable, yeah, but then we stop manifesting the struggle, and the struggle transforms into something different. It transforms into a gift. And in each of the gene keys, there's a gift that emerges out of each shadow. So it's a bit like the seed is the shadow, and then as the seed cracks open, the flower appears and grows, and that's the gift. And then the flower eventually becomes a fruit, and the fruit is the city. The fruit is the highest. The fruit drops from the bough, and the fruit contains another seed. So the seed and the fruit are very connected. So the shadow and its highest, and our, the very beginning of our struggle is connected to the very end of our, shall I call it, our victory.
So we cannot have that victory moment if not for the struggle. The struggle is a requisite, imperative part of the journey to allow the experience of the fruit.
Yeah.
The one cannot exist without the other.
Totally. And it's, if you actually kind of remove the charge of these words, they're actually just feelings, like fear. Like I have this expression that I do a lot of things. I do a lot of videos and things, and I do meditations that would often set to music. And one of the most popular ones is I use the expression "fear is safe," and people find it very soothing because they realize, I'd never considered it like that. It's safe. It's just you don't have to fear fear. You can go into it and feel it and experience it and surround it with this compassion and just let it live inside your body and inside your being. And when you do that, then you create this environment for it to transform, for the flower to emerge from the seed. So it's very beautiful. It's like it's a kind of divine joke, isn't it? That some god or some trickster up there thought, I'll give them the secret to the cosmos, but I'll put it in the last place they'll ever look.
Right, yeah. It's very mischievous.
Yeah.
Like very playfully mischievous.
Yeah.
I could, my own personal experience, and we chatted a little bit about this earlier. I had a significant change about 3 years ago now, fell 40 feet in the middle of the desert, woke up the next day in an ICU, paralyzed from the waist down. And not too long before that, I remember I kind of surrendered to the universe and I said, you know what, I'm here, let me serve, I want to be one of the 144,000, how can I help? And since that day, my life has gotten so much harder, right? And then it's like, I said I was with you, what's happening? But I hear something in that. I think there's a lot of us that experience these challenges, those that really want to do something really positive for the world, really want to have a great impact, often are the ones that may experience the greatest challenges. So there seems to be hope in that from what you're sharing of the necessity of it. I know for myself, I kind of shifted the idea that I don't think that the universe is testing me. I think that the universe trusts me. And that is why we're given these opportunities to grow that can only come from the challenge. And so within your teachings and what we're experiencing now, is there any of the gene keys that you would think are really applicable for us to take some wisdom from, where you find the shadow to be very pervasive for many of us, so that we can get a glimpse of what the fruit might be that we're going to bear from it?
Yeah, there are some big ones that seem to be triggering collectively, at the moment. One I've been talking about a lot recently is the 19th gene key, which seems to be a place where this mutation is digging in. And you see, the thing is, because what a gene key is it's a code embedded in all creation. So if you could see, if you put on a pair of glasses that could see, the crystalline structure of our being at the kind of base level, you would see these sacred geometries, these fractal geometries of which we're made, and these encoded mathematic signatures, out of which we're woven. And you would see that it's all connected. Everything is connected to everything else. But there are these coalescings of consciousness. That's what a human being is, a coalescence, as is a stone or a flower. So in the case of the 19th gene key, we all have this code embedded in every single cell of our being. Just as in DNA, the entire code of the DNA is contained in a holographic, form in every cell. The whole thing, right? The whole thing, which is incredible in itself. So when I talk about one gene key like the 19, it's in all of us. It's in everything. So a shift in one code is a shift throughout all creation, and it doesn't stop even at our planet. It can, this is universal. So the 19 at the human level, the shadow is called codependence, and the gift is sensitivity, and the siddhi, one which people find a difficult word, is sacrifice, and many people find that a hard word. And codependence is where we all know what codependent patterns are. They're where we think if we behave in a way that kind of is needing energy from something else or someone else and leeching off them, or in some way kind of competitive, that's creates this codependent connections everywhere. And it's a normal aspect of, embedded in human beings. We have codependent relationships, and we have these wounding patterns and these traumas that create them. And we know, from psychology, we have good understanding of them. Sensitivity is the gift, because once we begin to understand how those patterns work, and we begin to kind of separate ourselves out from those places where we're looking outside ourselves for the answers, we're looking outside ourselves for truth, we're looking outside ourselves for love. Once we begin to realize, that's a pattern that just really doesn't work. You know, it doesn't work for me or him or her or any of it, or that creature, or, you know, we realize that actually we're in the next stage is independence. You know, so we then become empowered, and every gene key, every gift level of the gene keys is an empowerment. It's an individual empowerment. So we suddenly step into the circle of our own empowerment, and we become more sensitive. And sensitive does not mean weak. Often that word gets, you know, maybe oversensitive is what that means. But sensitive is just we start to listen, we start to attune, we start to become more empathic to our environment, to the different dimensions, to the ways in which people think differently, you know, and it doesn't bother us in the same way as it did when we were codependent, because we no longer have those so many needs of other people to be loved and accepted or recognized or whatever it is we're seeking. So we stand in our independence, and then the next layer is sacrifice, and it's a big one. It's always a leap. It's the leap from the shadow to the gift is a huge leap, and the leap from the shadow from the gift to the city is an even huger leap. But it's the same leap in a way. And the city is like this divine field, you know, and it brings an end to our struggle completely, and it brings an end to our sense of isolation and separateness. And that means that we have to move through a sacrifice. And that means we have to let go of something lesser in favor of something greater, which involves a sacrifice. And our entire planet is the planet of sacrifice. Everything sacrifices itself for something greater. That's evolution. Like, so when we die, you know, if we can make our life sacrificial in that way, that we give of ourselves for the sake of something greater than us, then we've kind of immortalized ourselves. You know, we've assured that the energy of our, not just of, well, the energy of our species, but it's also the energy of our own directional soul, let's say, can continue on its evolution even after we've died. So what we're seeing now, I think, is many of us are going to be asked to make sacrifices, you know, of all kinds, you know, in order to pass through this next portal. Like, you have made a huge sacrifice, even if it was conscious or, you know, it happened to you, right? Mm-hmm. It was something, probably a deep, horrendous shock that you fought with. Maybe you still are, I don't know.
I'd say this, I wasn't planning on it.
No.
So, yeah.
But what lies on the other side of the sacrifice? It's like the dragonfly. It's like there's something incredible that is born out of it, right?
Oh, absolutely. There are gifts that come, and this is what you've been speaking about so eloquently, that gifts that can only come from the struggle, from the sacrifice, from the pain, like the lotus coming out of the mud.
Yeah.
And what I hear you talking about the 19 here, the codependence to sacrifice, is one, like you said, on the surface, maybe a challenge for people to understand. But as you've expressed it, what I'm hearing is the codependence is that I am dependent on you for my survival, up into the sacrifice that says I offer my life for your survival. And it's kind of flips it into the other way. And then the sensitivity is the awareness of being able to willfully shift that perception. And so does that feel resonant with the heart of it?
It's beautifully put. I mean, it's caught really beautifully by, I don't know if you know those C.S. Lewis novels, you know, that maybe you read when you were young.
The popular ones.
Yeah, with the lion, Aslan, the lion, you know, who is a kind of symbol of Christ, in a way, the Christ, who surrenders himself. Or in you might say Obi-Wan Kenobi is another contemporary example of, like, he surrenders himself to Darth Vader. You know, he surrenders, and then Darth Vader cuts him down. And of course, he then comes back. He's reborn, stronger and brighter, as is the lion, as is the Christ, as it, it's the solar energy that gives us that kind of rebirth. So we don't know what, the whole thing about sacrifice is you don't know what you're going to become, but you give yourself willingly to the sacrifice that comes your way, and that shows you're ready, that shows you're really ready for it. And everything else is a preparation for that. And there are many levels, there are layers of sacrifice. Like taking it down a notch, because it's a kind of heavy word. One of the things I've been playing with recently is what I call magical thinking. And in order to inhabit magical thinking, you have to really kind of go back to when you were a teenager and kind of open up your mind and open up to the potential of other dimensions and all of it, from aliens and ETs to, dinosaurs and dragons and unicorns, and just really open up, what if all these things actually exist? What you ask these questions, what if, and you keep asking your mind, what if? And it's incredible what neurocircuitry opens up when you start to think like that. You have to not kind of make it your worldview in a way, because you can get caught in the fantasy of believing, but it's a way of opening up the circuitry of the brain, because we're very regimented by this rationalistic scientific approach, and which is wonderful, but it's very linear. So when we add the magical thinking, which in a way is what our indigenous cultures really hold. Like when you talk to those indigenous elders, they will express things to you in a way that blow your mind, blow the circuits of your mind. You're like, wow, I never thought of a rock as having an identity before, and maybe even having a kind of an impulse, an urge, maybe a destiny, those kind of things, they really open up, because there's a lot of wisdom in that kind of thinking, and it requires that we have to let go of other ways of thinking a little bit, loosen our thinking. Those are sacrifices that we have to make in terms of opening up our sensitivities. So I think there are layers and levels to it. It's also kind of playful. It's important that we're playful in this next, because things are intense. Things are becoming intense, and one of the ways to approach intense periods is to approach it in a soft way, in a pliant way, with a loose mind, with a flexible mind. That feels like a good approach.
Yeah, that we could all use a little bit of levity now, and I guess that's there for us to create. And I'll tell you, this is such a fascinating conversation and so much wisdom to share. We're coming towards the end, and so I want to make sure that we give all the space to allow people to know how they can learn more about the gene keys. How can they find out their own profiles? How can they connect with you? And how can they apply this to their everyday lives in a time when it is so essential and necessary?
Yeah, thank you. Well, the easiest way is to come to the website, genekeys.com, and then explore your free profile. You can just go in and make a profile, and then you've begun a journey. You've seen your profile and you've kind of journeyed into it. It's a journey. This is not something that someone gives you and then they sit down and give you a reading like an astrologer or something like that. This is a journey that you have to take. And it's a journey that might take you years of contemplation. But I've also created many resources. Obviously, I have the Gene Keys book, which you can read up on your gene keys. But also you're gonna learn this art of contemplation, which is very beautiful art that allows you to access the wisdom that's inside you, and you can use your profile as a journey over a period of time that unfolds in layers. And it's not just something, it's not thinking. Thinking is one small part of it. Thinking is what actually begins it, but then it moves deeper and deeper into our emotional life, into our relational life, into our family life, and into our working life, and then it moves even deeper into our body, into our physicality, and into our, into the cells of our being. That's contemplation. It has these layers. What I've done is created journeys for people, and we have a global community, and Gene Keys is being translated into many languages, and we've been offering these really amazing virtual retreats that explore the profile together. We have one going on now, in fact, and usually the first one is a 4-month retreat. It's a virtual retreat, which you stay in your life, you do your normal things, whatever you do in your life, but in the background is this incredible contemplation over 4 months that kind of takes you on this journey with a group of other people around the world who you get to meet and dialogue with and contemplate. So you can sign up for one of those, or you can, you may have to wait for the next one because we're just beginning the whole process of building those journeys. And but the other thing is you can begin, there's a lot of self-study journeys that you can begin. So you go onto the website, you'll find them. They're called the Golden Path series. They're really, really popular. And there are many people that just take the journey themselves and then start to share it with others. And it soon starts to take on a life of its own, as you know, from contemplating the Gene Keys. It's a field of wisdom that's sort of intangible. And there are layers and layers and levels to it. I mean, I've created a lot of stuff for people to contemplate and layers and levels for them to kind of go in and out and different doorways and portals, and I continue to create different ways to contemplate the same material. Some of them very creative, some of them imaginative, some of them quite logical, a lot of different frameworks. So if you come to the website and you can get involved, you'll join the community, you'll soon, it doesn't kind of take anything, you just get involved. And there's Facebook groups, there's YouTube channels, all the usual things. I'm always putting stuff out. So, I recommend just coming and having a taste and having an explore and see where it leads you. Follow your intuition. And you'll probably have lots of questions. And the art of contemplation will teach you to take those questions back inside and let them germinate and marinate, and then they begin to find answers inside you. Not to say that I won't answer them somewhere else, and or that if you write to us, we'll probably answer you, because we're very good at that. We're very, my team are like really, we really like to relate to people, and so I would just invite people to explore. Start with the website and have an explore around, and check out my YouTube channel. I'm always putting out little small 10-minute pieces of wisdom on different subjects, and once you get into it, you'll realize how it works. It's a process that unravels from inside us. So it's a mystery in that sense, because the wisdom lies inside each of us. And the Gene Keys just provides a framework, like a structure or a scaffolding, for that process of birthing that we've talked about to start to occur from inside us. So that's part of the magic of Gene Keys. It's unpredictability.
Beautiful. And unpredictability in unpredictable times.
Yeah.
A message of such positivity and hope, and what a key takeaway that whatever the challenge, whatever the shadow, it is the seed for the fruit to bear and for the victory to be had and for the new human, the new life, the joy to be created.
Yeah.
And thank you so much, Richard, for coming to share that message with us at a time when we need to hear it most, and for all of your teachings and your offerings, generosity, we deeply appreciate it. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. It's lovely to meet you and chat with you.
Welcome to the Harmonic Convergence 2020. I invite you to take in these magnificent visuals of Mother Earth, our home planet. When you're ready, close your eyes and bring your attention inwards. Allowing these sound waves to take you on an inward journey. Connect with your breath like an anchor, and take a few deep cleansing breaths, feeling the rise and fall of your chest and abdomen. Deep breath in and long breath out. As you inhale, drawing in fresh life force, prana, oxygen into your system, and as you exhale, letting go, releasing anything that is no longer in alignment with who you are. Allow the space of your awareness to expand, as if you are swimming freely in an ocean of sound. Set yourself free, as if you are shedding your skin. Leaving any old parts behind. As you are swimming through this ocean of sound. And as you look around, there are many other fellow beings with you right here, right now. Like a school of dolphins. Swimming, playing, interacting with each other. Notice how that feels to be completely yourself in community. Then bring this sensation with you. Deepen your breath. And when you're ready, come back.
Hey, Ron, how are you?
Hey, Robbie. How you doing?
Good. Good. Well, welcome. Well, I'm welcoming Ron Garan for the Harmonic Convergence fireside Zoom chat here. Ron's on the moon, and I'm kind of hovering over the Earth. So this is a perfect.
I'm virtually on the moon.
Yeah, you're virtually on the moon, and I'm virtually hovering over the Earth. So we're virtually set up perfectly for this conversation. So Ron, you and I know each other for, gosh, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years now. And I met you while your time at Worldview and doing some really fun stuff there, you know, creating trying to enable an orbital perspective, you know, by taking people up on a very large balloon, you know, I want to say what, 100,000, 120,000 feet, you know, so what a way to connect. And then, you know, I'm really happy with how our relationship's kind of developed and blossomed since then. And we stayed in touch. And, yeah, I wanted to, you know, kind of talk about, you know, I know you have a new book that's coming out. You know, it's called the, actually, why don't you tell us a little bit about it? So I don't butcher it.
It's called Floating in Darkness, Journey of Evolution. So.
Great. Yeah. And then your previous book was the Orbital Perspective. Right. So is this kind of follow on to that first book, you say, or?
I guess you can call it that. It goes much, much deeper. So the Orbital Perspective was all about using the perspective that we have from space to inspire people to make a difference on the planet, and particularly to work together, to collaborate together towards to solving our shared problems and our shared challenges. So it was a book about planetary collaboration, right? And the Floating in Darkness, the tool that I use there is a autobiographical narrative to serve as a metaphor for the evolution of society, not only where we've been, but where we need to go. And I drew on a lot of experiences that I've had in my life that can, you know, map towards a lot of the development of society. You know, I was in the military for 26 years. I fought in combat. I was part of the mutually assured deterrence back in the Cold War. And so that highlights a lot of tribalism. You know, I've also done some things that just have incredible awe and wonder to them. I lived for 3 weeks on the bottom of the ocean in an undersea laboratory. I've been to space twice. I flew with the Russians, who were our former enemies. So there was really a lot to draw on. And this book goes, you know, much, much deeper, and I think is more powerful than the Orbital Perspective. And the Orbital Perspective, actually, both books are tied into this concept called the overview effect, where astronauts communicate a shift in perspective after seeing the planet hanging in the blackness of space. And I actually wrote the foreword for the latest edition of Overview Effect, which is written by Frank White, a Harvard professor. And in it, I describe the complementary nature of the overview effect and the orbital perspective. And so if the overview effect is that shift in perspective that you can have by seeing the planet hanging in the blackness of space, the orbital perspective is what you do with it. The orbital perspective is the call to action that comes from the overview effect. And then Floating in Darkness takes that, makes a quantum leap on from that jump off point, from that foundation.
That's great. That's fantastic. I got an early copy of your manuscript to preview that, and I'm totally enamored by what I've read so far. So that's really beautifully done.
Well, I think it's a message that the world needs to hear right now at this moment in history. And hopefully it's contained within a vehicle that people will actually listen to.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm excited to dig into that a little bit more too. And before we do, I want to kind of first give people kind of a life arc, because you have a really interesting backdrop and a background from how you got to become a member of one of the most elite clubs in humanity, right? There's only been over 550 as of 2016 astronauts or people that have ever been to space, of which you're one of. That's, if you calculate, that's 0.0000001% all of humanity, that's present today, that's experienced that level of freedom, that level of, perspective. But before you got there, I mean, you start off as a fighter pilot in the Air Force, and I'm sure that gave you all sorts of interesting, like, kind of lead-ins to how you got into fighting for the U.S. Military to a civilian organization like NASA and seeing the world as one.
Yeah, I mean, I went kind of the traditional route to NASA. I was a fighter pilot and then became a test pilot, and then was selected from the ranks of test pilots to become an astronaut. But my journey to NASA started on July 20th, 1969. So that was, the day that we first landed on the moon. The first footprints were put on the moon, and I distinctly remember that moment in time. I was about 7 at the time. And just floating on a sea of possibility, realizing that I wouldn't have been able to put it in these words at the time, but at some level I realized that humanity had just become a different species. We were a species no longer confined to our planet. And I wanted to be a part of that group of explorers that had the opportunity to step off the planet and look back upon ourselves. And that dream came true about 4 decades later. When I launched into space for the first time on Space Shuttle Discovery. That was quite a spectacular day.
Yeah, I can imagine. When you were with the U.S. Air Force, when I read part of the manuscript, there was a point in time where you were involved in either dropping one of the nuclear bombs, when they're part of the arsenal, essentially, right? Tell us about that and what you were feeling, because I feel like that's so different from where you're at today. But at that moment in time, obviously, you're doing what you're taking orders, you're delivering on your missions. Like, what was that scenario look like?
Yeah, I mean, we got to put it in historical context. I grew up with the Vietnam War and with the Cuban Missile Crisis and all of the things that were going on, and, with ducking, in elementary school with duck and cover drills, getting under the desk and putting our, hands over our heads, and I remember being under the desk wondering, first of all, how is this going to protect us from a nuclear attack? And second of all, why would anybody want to kill us all, right? And so it was really dangerous times. We were going through as a species, I think, adolescence. I think we still are going through adolescence, but I think we're a little bit farther along on the adolescence. We're stepping onto the bridge into adulthood, I think, right now. And again, I mean, this is mapping. My life is mapping. I think every life, I think, maps the overall evolution of our species and of society. And so, my first assignment as an F-16 fighter pilot was in West Germany. And the particular base that I was at had a nuclear mission. So besides all the other missions that we did, we had to sit alert with nuclear weapons. And if an attack was ordered by national leadership, we were to take off in our aircraft and hit targets. And so I remember, being on alert, thinking to myself that I could potentially get into a situation where I have to make a choice between, dropping one of these weapons and causing, unmeasurable suffering and death and destruction on, a population, or not do that and potentially have, unspeakable death, suffering and destruction rain down on the U.S. and our allies. And so it was a really very, very difficult position to be in. I'm glad that we never actually had to act on that. But really our job was to make sure that the Cold War didn't turn into a hot war. Our job there was to make sure that didn't happen. There was this theory, and that's actually the name of the first chapter of my book is Mutually Assured Destruction. It was a theory that if both sides knew that there was no way that they could come out of this in one piece, that it would prevent either side from launching a nuclear attack, which history has proven that it has, at least as of today's date, it has. Yeah, that was a very scary time, and it was one where we were able to navigate through that and come out the other side still intact. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a great thing. I have to wonder, if you were given that order at your level of consciousness and awareness, what do you think you would have done?
It's hard for me to answer that because I'm so far removed from it right now. But even to put myself in that position right now, it would be a very, very difficult choice, right? Because if you're saying millions of people are going to die either way, because if you're trying to stop a nuclear, if your target is a nuclear launch site, then if you don't if you don't destroy the nuclear launch site, then you are in effect allowing that launch site to launch those missiles. So yeah, it's a hypothetical thing, and
yeah, I know. Curious, certainly curious. Well, but it's analogous to a lot of what's happening today, right, on the planet, where do we follow our leaders, who have different agendas? Do we stand up on our own with our own awareness? Do we just allow things to pass?
I think you always have to answer to your own conscience, right? And so to me, it's not necessarily a matter of orders. I'm just going to blindly follow orders. Are these orders lawful? Are they ethical? Are they moral? Are they going to lead to a worse situation or a better situation? All of those factors have to be taken into account. Is my inaction going to cause more harm than my action? In the long term. So
that's a really important point too. Inaction versus action, and then if you're taking action, it's not just following orders, not doing what you're told. There's other layers to consider, and then it's also the level of awareness that each of us has to know whether those other layers, how we're perceiving that, is correct or not, right? So a lot of variability there. So from moving from the military to going to NASA, you've orbited the Earth over 2,000, I think it's 2,800 times or so, right? You've been around the planet.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's a large amount of time. You lost count, yeah, after a while. Looking at the Earth, how many times can you look at the Earth in that perspective and then lose that novelty before you lose that novelty?
I don't know, because it never happened.
It never happened. Okay.
Yeah, I can't imagine that it would happen.
Yeah, and so that orbital perspective really it transcends novelty, and like our human nature is to pursue novelty, to keep ourselves engaged. So it sounds like being out there, if you're there for a few hours or weeks or months or even a year, you still have that awe kind of imbibed in you.
Yeah, I may have, now that I think about what I just said, I certainly never lost enough. The awe and wonder never ceased to amaze me and fascinate me. However, now that I think about it, we as a species are pretty good at ignoring awe and wonder. You know what I mean? And so usually what creates the most awe in us are unique things, right? Like imagine if only 550 people in the history of humanity had ever seen a flower. Right? We'd all be pretty awed, and those 550 people would be probably feeling a responsibility to share that awe and wonder. And so, I think that awe and wonder is life's way of trying to get our attention. People ask me, I was in space for 6 months, and people ask me, did you ever get bored up there? And I can honestly say I never got bored. If I felt bored, all I had to do is go to a window and look out the window, and the Earth was always changing, and it was always indescribably beautiful. And it's just, you're just immersing yourself in awe and wonder constantly. And and that's kind of the opposite of boring, right? So
yeah. And I mean, what was the longest time you're up there for in one?
So I flew twice. The first time on Space Shuttle Discovery, like I said, that was a construction mission. It was a 2-week construction mission. We brought up and installed the Japanese laboratory on the International Space Station. And then the second time I went up on a Soyuz spacecraft with 2 Russian military officers. And we actually launched on the 50th anniversary of the first human spaceflight of Yuri Gagarin from the same launch pad that he launched from.
Wow.
And so that was a 5.5 month mission at that time.
Wow. So you're up there for 5.5 straight months with 2 other, people that are Russians.
Well, at least 2 other people. At times it was just 2 other people. At other times it was probably up to 11 maybe, because we had the last 2 visits of the last 2 space shuttles, Space Shuttle Endeavour and Space Shuttle Atlantis, with their crews that came up. And usually the crew of the space station is 6. Sometimes it goes down to 3, but it's usually 6.
Do you start to feel lonely up there after 2 or 3 months?
You start to, of course you're going to miss your loved ones,
Sure.
all the folks that you had to say goodbye to on the ground. You're with other people, so it's not like you're in isolation. Hopefully you get along with the people that you're with, which I did. So it was a nice experience to be up there with the folks I was up there with. But yeah, you're lonely and missing the folks that you love, for sure.
Did you have any emergency crises that came up while you were up there, or did everything go pretty smooth?
Everything went pretty smooth. We did have one instance, and it popped up on my how Facebook reminds you of memories.
Yeah.
So it popped up on my thing today, and it dawned on me that I didn't put this in the book. And I'm like, oh, this was such a perfect thing to put in the book. So maybe the manuscript's not done. Maybe I'll squeeze this in. But we had a piece of space junk that almost hit the space station when I was on there. They made some made-for-TV movie about it or something. But we normally, if we get enough warning, there's systems on the ground, radar systems that track everything everything above a certain size that's orbiting the Earth, space junk. And normally, if we get if we see something that's going to get close to the space station, we'll get word on board, and we will move the orbit of the space station. We'll raise it or lower it so that we'll get out of the way, basically. But for whatever reason, there was a very large piece of space junk that was coming right for the space station, and we being the folks on the ground, didn't realize it in time for us to move the orbit. And so all we had time to do was close every hatch on the space station. There's like 30-something hatches. 3 of us got into one Soyuz spacecraft, closed the hatch. 3 of us got in the other Soyuz spacecraft and closed the hatch and just waited. And we finished that. I think we had about 10 or 15 minutes to spare. And the object passed within, a football field's width at, traveling at 8 miles a second. And it was big. It was like an upper stage, piece of a rocket. And had that hit the space station, it would have destroyed the space station for sure. And so
wow.
I guess that was the most, what you could classify as an emergency situation, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, there's definitely movies on that type of stuff. So let's talk about the book. I think there's some amazing thoughts and ideas you put forth in this one. One of them that really struck me was this analogy or the story about Plato's cave.
Yeah.
And I thought it'd be great to hear you explain it from your thoughts, because I don't think me reading it does it justice.
Yeah, part of the point of the book is that when I look back over my life, a lot of my life, I was walking through life oblivious to a bigger picture that's around us. When I close my eyes, all I see is darkness, right? And the analogy I used in the book was the analogy of Plato's cave, the allegory of Plato's cave. And if you're not familiar with that, Plato postulated, the Greek philosopher Plato postulated that there are 3 or there was a group of people, I don't remember how many it was, that were trapped inside of a cave their entire life. They were chained to the cave. And there was a fire behind them, and the fire cast shadows on the cave wall. So all they knew of their universe was the shadows that were cast on the cave wall. And sounds that came from behind them would echo off the cave walls, leading the folks inside the cave to assume that the sounds were coming from the shadows. And so they spent their entire life, classifying the shadows on the cave wall and learning about them and becoming experts in the shadows that they saw. And no one had a desire to leave because they didn't know of anything better. But one day, one of the prisoners did break free of his chains and leave the cave, and he saw that there was a more beautiful, a more vibrant, a more real world that was just outside the cave wall. And he felt sympathy for the folks that were still inside and went back in and tried to explain what he had seen and to help them, free themselves and to come out into the world that it was better in every way than the life inside the cave. And he was basically persecuted, because people worked really, really hard to classify these shadows on the cave, and they're not going to let some, crazy person come in and tell them that they spent their whole life doing something that was not as good as what it could be, because there's something more outside the cave. And so what I say at the end of the book, I don't want to give, spoiler alerts away, but I do say that I feel at this point in my life that I have been unchained from the cave. I'm still in the cave, but I've had the opportunity to turn around and see light streaming in from an entrance. And I know there's a world out there that I want to devote the rest of my life to exploring and to getting to know better.
What do you attribute to you seeing the light outside the cave, knowing that there's this other world? What was the inflection point that brought that into your consciousness?
I think there's a lot of inflection points. I don't think I can go back and pick one. I'd like to say, going to space was it, but I think going to space confirmed what I was already on the path to learn. I think a lot of seeds were planted when I was in space that have since blossomed. Really embracing the true nature of our interdependence, between our species and every living thing on the planet and the planet itself. That's pretty obvious from space, undeniable. I shouldn't say undeniable. I guess you could deny anything nowadays, but I found it undeniable and very confirming. And so, yeah, I kind of classify it as an epiphany in slow motion. It was just a slow epiphany that, first of all, it started with a gnawing that something was missing, and I didn't know what it was. And I'm still searching. Don't get me wrong, but at least I know now that there's more than what meets the eye. Let's put it that way.
Were you always? And I feel I'm the same way, where I consider myself a seeker of truths. I see you as the same way. You have this genuine curiosity to pursue higher truths. Have you always been that way, or did that get
probably at some level? I think we all are that way at some level. I mean, I don't think there's a person on the planet that's not seeking truth and trying to understand their universe more, a little bit better. But not everybody acts on that, right? And so, but I think that's been a part of me since I can remember.
Yeah, so there's a strong urge there, and you just found yourself in really interesting opportunities to keep pursuing that. It sounds like, right? One of the things in the Plato's Cave that struck me also was the idea that people's belief systems are so powerful that no matter how much truth you show them and they even experience, they still, many of them deny it because they're so emotionally invested in what they have, spent a good portion of their lives believing, right? So, how do we as a species overcome that? Because that's essential programming that's been programmed across our entire planet in various ways, through our government institutions, through our media, through our education systems.
Yeah, I talk about that a lot in the book, and I use a lot of examples from the space program. And in especially on the space station, we have really detailed, choreographed, lengthy procedures that get sent up from the ground, and they all assume a certain starting condition. And I shared a story about how there was this one thing that I had to do. I want to get into the details, but I realized very soon after I got the procedure that it was impossible to execute, impossible to do, because it assumed the wrong starting conditions. And when I called that observation down and I offered a solution of how we could do it, it was met with a lot of resistance and hostility. And I couldn't understand why there was so much hostility. And there was hostility because somebody worked really hard on making those procedures, and I was just, throwing them out the window. And I tried to explain as diplomatically as I could that I know that somebody worked really hard on this, but that doesn't change the fact that because they assume an incorrect starting condition, they can't be accomplished. And the reason I think why there was so much hostility is because the folks in this particular case on the ground couldn't bring themselves to believe that the reality that I saw with my own eyes was different than what was in those procedures, because so much work went into those procedures. And so they were entrenched in their starting conditions. And I think that's one of the main problems that we see. People get so entrenched in their starting conditions that when facts are presented that differ from that starting condition, they change the facts rather than change their starting condition. And I think the reason for that is quite simple to state. It's a lot harder to overcome or to transcend, and that's our individual egos and our collective ego, in that we feel threatened by anything that upsets our delicate balance. Again, I think this is such a beautiful analogy. We've worked really hard to classify the shadows on the cave wall, and anything that upsets that really comfortable balance is a threat to our own identity, because we've identified with these things. We think we are our opinions and our beliefs, and that defines us. And if you disagree with my opinion, that means you disagree with me as an entity, as a person. And people get very defensive about that, and they put up walls and barriers and blockades, and that's why we have so many problems still, is we can't rise above that a lot of times.
So what I hear you saying is that our real issue is not the programming, it's our over-identification with our ego, so to speak. Our ego, being our thoughts.
They're interrelated, those two things, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess one programs the other, and then there's a feedback loop to the reinforcement to the over-identification versus our ego being, it sounds like you're saying the ego is our thoughts, our expressions, our
that's
ideas.
What we think. That's what we think we are.
Right.
Well,
right.
I think most people, well, maybe not most people, a lot of people realize that they are not their thoughts. They're that which is aware of their thoughts. But a large percentage of the population doesn't realize that, and I think that's a big cause of, because then if their thoughts are attacked, that means that they're attacked.
Right. So they take it personally, so to speak,
right.
Like the being, right? So if you're separating the ego, so to speak, and that's the thoughts, your identification from you, what are you?
Awareness.
Okay.
That which is aware of thoughts, that which is aware of my feelings, and that which is aware of my perceptions and experiences.
And is another word for awareness consciousness, or do you separate those two? Yeah.
No.
Okay. So this state of awareness, or this I guess a state of awareness, state of consciousness, that's this entity that's overseeing and kind of using this mind body as a puppet almost, in a way.
I don't know. I don't know if I would use that that analogy as a puppet, but I don't have a better one, so we can go with that.
Okay. We'll bookmark that one then for later discussion. So if we are this awareness, essentially, what are we doing here?
That's a good question. I think the most straightforward thing is we're experiencing. I mean, we're experiencing the world. We're experiencing each other. We're experiencing love. We're experiencing beauty. We're experiencing all those things. Is there a purpose beyond that? I don't know. That's an excellent question. Maybe that's enough. So
yeah, maybe that is enough. In the Hindu culture, we refer to this entire thing as Leela, which is the great play or the grand play, and we're here experiencing this performance, this cosmic performance, so to speak, and then if we're able to separate our awareness from our identity, then it's more enjoyable than it would be otherwise, less suffering.
Yeah, we don't take ourselves so seriously, right? I mean,
right. Yeah, or personally. Yeah, take other people's actions personally. So this is an interesting thread because what interferes with this is fear, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. So in the book, you talk about dismantling fear and how fear gets in the way. Why don't you expand on that? Your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, we can look at it in terrestrial terms, right? I mean, if we look at our problems and our challenges that we face, normally the default answer is we attack them from a foundation of fear. I mean, even if you look at something like climate change, global warming, right? We tend to address it, talk about all the horrible things that are happening, are going to happen because of the temperature of the planet is increasing. And all that is true. But what I found that does is when you try and address something from a foundation of fear, it closes the mind. It sets up defenses and barriers. It becomes a barrier to collaboration and cooperation. And the only way we're going to solve problems as big as that is going to be through attacking them as a planetary community, not as a single organization or a single nation. We have to come together as a planetary community. What prevents us from coming together and being an effective planetary community is fear. If we build our problem solving from a foundation of awe and wonder, on the other hand, what we find is that the mind opens up. We're open to different partnerships and collaborations and cooperations and I've seen it time and time again. I mean, I'll just give you a quick example. I have been in front of audiences where I've talked about really, really hot button issues, immigration, refugee crisis, environmental issues, global warming, and the audience, the demographics of the audience was a demographic that would normally not listen to any of that, and basically, would be very politicized, would have a bunch of just, pre-programmed, denials and counterattacks and all that kind of stuff. And I really thought that I was going to get, rotten tomatoes thrown at me, and I got what seemed like a 5-minute standing ovation. And it dawned on me that I approached all these things from a foundation of awe and wonder. The mind opened up, rational thought was allowed in, and we had a very good conversation about some really serious things that we're facing. And that is the foundation. And if you look at the space program itself, it's a perfect example. Back when we were getting ready to start the International Space Station and we were going to bring Russia into the partnership, there was a lot of people that said, how could we possibly bring Russia into the partnership? They've done X, Y, and Z. Until they stop doing X, Y, and Z, we shouldn't do anything with them. But luckily, we went ahead and we formed this partnership. And we formed a partnership based on awe and wonder. We each had a taste of the awe and wonder of space exploration. We found something that we actually agreed upon. We decided to set aside our differences and work on this thing and build awe and wonder together. And what happened was personal relationships developed, a platform of trust developed, and now that becomes a platform that we can use to jump off and address the things that we don't agree on. But we tend to do the exact opposite. We tend to take the things that we agree on and use them as a stick to force the things that we don't agree on, and that never works. But I think what happened in the International Space Station Partnership is a good example for us to follow. You know, if we bring that level, that example of cooperation and bring it down to the Earth's surface, I think we can solve a lot of the problems down here that we face if we can solve them, start the problem-solving process from a foundation of awe and wonder.
So how do you scale that? So on Wonder, the shared experience that you guys have at space station, there's only a few of you that are able to do that, right? How do you bring that down into a species level, governmental level, circumstance, which we're in right now?
Yeah, I think you do that by realizing that we are completely immersed every day, every second of every day in awe and wonder everywhere. We are constantly surrounded by awe and wonder, and we have learned to take it for granted. And I think we need to celebrate, one of the easiest ways to experience awe and wonder is through success, right? And to accomplishment. And I think we need to not be afraid to celebrate each other's accomplishments and to highlight that and to share it. When this picture behind me, this picture is Earthrise. It was taken on December 24th, 1968. And this picture marked an inflection point, I believe, between two human epochs. The old human epoch was all based on the two-dimensional map that hangs in classrooms around the world, a two-dimensional landscape of nation states fighting and competing over resources and ideologies, right? But this is the real world. And when we saw this with our own eyes, or the eyes of the Apollo 8 astronauts, we realized that we had an outdated map, and this was the real map. This should be the guidepost of our actions. And I think that was a turning point for us. And the Soviet Union at that time declared this picture, that mission, as a monumental achievement for all of humanity. So for a brief moment back in 1968, the Earth was one. The Earth rallied around this image of Earthrise. And it's taken us 50 years plus to really realize the significance and the meaning of this image, that we are one people traveling on one planet towards one shared future.
So the shared experience, from an image, so to speak, rallied the entire planet together, at least for moments, in the grand scheme of things.
We have a short
memory
and a short attention span, though. So.
Yeah, exactly. With so many distractions going on and so much divisiveness, how do we recreate that? So now the novelty of this image is kind of faded, obviously. What's the next image? What's the next experience that we can share with the world?
We are being bombarded by opportunities right now to do just that. I mean, there's this cliche saying, we're all in this together, right? Everybody's heard that before. COVID-19 has proven that that's not a cliche. That literally is the reality of our world, that we are intimately all in this together. There is not a single person on the planet that is not affected in one way or the other by COVID-19. I think it's the first time in human history that we have an undeniable existential threat that affects every single person on the planet. Obviously and undeniably. Undeniably is the key word there, because we have lots of existential threats. We just don't realize it. But this is it's a heartache, and it's terrible, and it's causing all kinds of suffering. And we're paying a tremendous price, but we can be getting a benefit for the price that we're already paying. We could use this as a way to come together and to unify. Again, we do that through awe and wonder. What's happening, what you're seeing emerge, is we're all being, the level of fear is rising so high that it's, above our heads right now. And we need to work, each and every one of us need to work to be beacons of hope and beacons of awe and wonder, and showing how we can work together. And this is a planetary crisis. It's not a global crisis. It's a planetary crisis, because global doesn't consider people. People are statistics. They're part of our workforce. They're part of a consumer group. But if we look at it from a planetary point of view, first of all, we bring the biosphere of the planet into the equation. And we also treat everybody as a valued member of one human family, because that's the reality of the world that we live in.
I like how you differentiated planetary from global. That's really important.
We don't live on a globe.
Yeah. We don't. We look at them, but we don't live on one. Yeah, we live on a planet. And the planet also, I mean, global is kind of this more vague of a term where it tends to talk about humanity, right? But not the environment, not the biosphere, not the entire consciousness of a planet.
Global has everything. Global has completely everything upside down, right? Global is our financial networks, it's our computer networks, it's abstract lines covering a sphere. But the reality of the world, especially, which is especially obvious from the windows of the International Space Station, is we live on a vastly interdependent biosphere teeming with life. But global, using the word global, treats everything, including the very life support systems of our planet, as the wholly owned subsidiary of the global economy, right? When it's exactly the opposite. Society, economy is dependent on society, and society is dependent on and embedded in the biosphere. So, you talk about climate change, you talk about COVID-19, the first victim of any of that is going to be the economy. So we have to get ourselves together. And global, you have to look at who's being served, right? So when you treat things from a global point of view, or globalization, for instance, so we started out with tribes, and then we got eventually through a lot of iterations we eventually got nation states, right? So your loyalty is your nation state, your problem solving occurs within the nation state, right? We've graduated from that, and we're into global now, right? So now, but if the citizens of a nation were the who the nation was serving, which a properly functioning nation, that should be the case. Globalization was mostly brought into existence through corporations, multinational corporations. Who are they serving? They're serving their shareholders, the stockholders, right? So if you shift from global, if we graduate again, and we've made the iteration from national to global, we take the next step of evolution and we get to planetary. Who are we serving now? We're serving the planet. We're serving the living creatures on the planet, including humanity, because we're all interdependent. If we lose the bees, we lose the people, right? Mm-hmm. Actually, the only species on this planet that the Earth would probably survive is losing the humans. I mean, if we lose the bees, we're not going to be around for a year from now probably. If we lose if we lose the insects, if we lose the trees, obviously we're going to. But if you lose the people, I think the planet will do just fine.
So ironic, right? I love that explanation. I think we're ready. I think it's time to kind of take that next step function evolution or a mindset of looking at this as a planet versus global,
So it's just a matter of expanding our tribe, right? We're tribal by nature. We just need to have a tribe called Earthlings, right? And Earthlings aren't only humans.
And then the question is, how do we do that, or how would that emerge, short of us landing on Mars and establishing a colony there, so to speak?
Well, we've already said it. It's easy to say. It's hard to do. We have to transcend our individual and collective egos. And so, by collective egos, there's lots of those, but one in particular that we can talk about is national ego, right? So if we shed our individual ego and then just identify with some nation or sports team or whatever, or political party or news channel or whatever you want to do, that just replaces individual ego with groupthink, right? And it's actually more dangerous because groups get away with a lot more than individuals can get away with, and so we have to be able to transcend both individual and collective ego.
Right. So essentially, this idea of a collective consciousness, coming together and transcending. I mean, with the systems in place, there are systemic changes that need to take place, right? And then we need to put systems in there to reinforce this kind of elevated awareness. Otherwise you have the opposite happening. You have the systems dragging it down. We're moving up, but then we have things that keep pulling us back, which is what it feels like right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think unfortunately all we do is slap band-aids on things, on temporary band-aids on things, because it it should be really obvious to everybody that the status quo is not working. Well, the status quo is working for a very, very select few. But until the status quo is working for everyone, we will not progress, we will not prosper, we will not come up with long-term, lasting, sustainable solutions. We will just simply slap band-aids, and eventually we'll run out of band-aids. So we need to build a system that works for everybody. And you know, it's within our power. We've proven it's within our power to do things that seem impossible. It is possible to lift the entire population of the earth out of destitute poverty. It's possible to have a world where nobody dies from preventable and curable diseases. It's possible to live in a world where everybody has enough food to eat and clean water to drink. I mean, we have come somehow to accept the status quo. 5,000 children die every day from waterborne diseases. Somehow we're okay with that. We're not filled with outrage. We're not saying this can't happen. Because we have a responsibility and an obligation so that it doesn't happen. You know, we produce enough food to feed everybody, and then some. There is not a shortage of food on the planet. It's just not distributed properly, and there's so much waste. We could feed the world with what we waste every day.
Yeah, so that force holding us back sounds like ignorance, right? Which is kind of the source of fear.
Ignorance is definitely part of it. Fear is part of it because it prevents people from listening and getting themselves out of ignorance, because their fear keeps them in what they think is comfortable. But all growth comes with discomfort, right? And you know, all growth comes with darkness too. I mean, we're in dark times right now, but you know, there's lots of analogies, right? You know, your mind is rejuvenated in the darkness of sleep. A seed grows in the darkness of the earth. A fetus grows in the darkness of a womb to become a beautiful sentient creature that's capable of pondering infinity and the meaning of life, right? And so we're in a dark time right now, but sometimes these dark times can have a purpose, and the purpose is growth and coming out the other side stronger, more unified than ever. This is a wake-up call. It's a call to action. We got to answer it.
Perfect time for a book called Floating in Darkness.
That's right.
This is the wake-up time, the wake-up call. I wanted to touch on one thing you mentioned in the book also. You had a dream on the ISS.
Yeah.
Love to hear. Tell us about that.
Oh God, that's a long dream sequence. God,
give us the highlights.
Why don't you ask me questions about it? Because I can't. That whole story. It'll take 50 minutes to tell that story.
Yeah. Okay.
Give it justice.
Okay.
And I don't want to give too much away. This is
whatever you're comfortable sharing.
Yeah.
So I guess in the dream on the ISS, you had this dream, you know, of a elevated humanity, so to speak, and the pathway there, right? Mm-hmm. Give us a couple highlights on what that looks like. What is that future vision?
Okay. I think that's more, the dream didn't get into that. The dream might have hinted at it, but later in the epilogue, I talk about that. I kind of touched on a little bit. You know, I imagine a world, you know, so we're at an inflection point right now, you know, and I used Earthrise as maybe where the inflection point started. But we have an opportunity to come out on the other side of this inflection point. But let me back up for a second. Let's just talk about this in biological terms, right? Most biological systems, most closed biological systems, which the Earth is a closed biological system, have a typical S-curve to them. So they start out really, really flat. They have a spike in population, and then one of two things happen. Either they reach a plateau and they reach equilibrium and they thrive, or they come crashing back down. And so for all of humanity, we stayed really, really, really flat. And then about in the late 1800s, we started up. And then we hit the inflection point of this curve right around the mid-60s, right around the time the picture was taken. And so the rate of acceleration of our growth started to taper off. So we hit that inflection point. And so, again, one of two things can happen. We can come together as a species and figure this out and reach equilibrium and plateau out and thrive, or the population can come crashing down. And so one of the things we need to do is completely flip the way that we think. We talked about the economy, right? The global economy, thinking that the biosphere is a wholly owned subsidiary when it's the exact opposite. So there's I imagine this future where, first of all, let's talk about business, because I think business is one of the most powerful forces on the planet. It has the capability to either destroy our world by clinging to the old two-dimensional, us versus them, conquest, competition at all costs, profit maximization at all costs type of mindset, or business can save our planet by embracing, this new idea and to embrace the guideposts that Earthrise represents. And in this new business scheme, businesses would not be seen as independent entities operating in a vacuum. They would be seen as interdependent nodes in a fabric of prosperity where everyone has the ability to live a good life in harmony with each other and in harmony with the planet. A future where business leaders, political leaders, scientists all use the best data available they have. They all pool their resources and pool their ingenuity to come up with the best idea of what the result of our actions will be. If we pull this lever, what happens in 50 years? If we push this lever, what happens in 100 years? A future that's built because leaders take a long-term view on investment, on progress, and they're not driven solely by the next shareholder report or the next election cycle, but they start to think multi-generational, and they start to bring into the calculus, what is this going to affect? How is this going to affect our great grandchildren? What goes out the window is this idea that we're only going to think of short-term things. So, those are just a few of the changes that we need to make, but there's so much more. One big one, I'll just throw one more out there, is in this new era, no longer do decisions have to be secret to be successful. No longer, people can see how the sausage is being made. So right now, a lot of decisions are being made, behind closed doors. They're not open. They're not transparent. And I think openness and transparency is going to be a really critical part to moving us towards this future that we want to see. And I think openness and transparency will also be an incredible economic engine. We will start as a consumer group and a people to demand it. That we need openness, we need transparency from our political leaders, from our business leaders, and we're gonna exercise that through our wallets and our pocketbooks. And I think you'll find that corporations that do not have an open, transparent mindset, that are overly focused on profit maximization at all costs, are exclusive. IP is exclusive only. Those companies are going to start to see themselves being left behind, and they're going to have to adapt, evolve, and take on a much more cooperative, much more collaborative mindset to be able to keep up with the economic growth that true collaboration and openness and transparency will bring. So I see a lot of positive things potentially on the horizon, but I see those things I kind of look at as an immune response to what's happening. But the cancer is pretty strong too. So each of those, things that rise up, tend to get attacked by the cancer at the same time. And the cancer is this selfish, winner-take-all mindset.
Perception, the mindset. Change the mindset, change the world, right?
Yep.
Great. Okay, we're out of time, but before we go, when's your book come out?
Excellent question. I don't know yet. I'm trying to get it out soon, but I'm hopeful that it'll be out in the next 6 months.
Okay, great. And if they want to learn more about you, where should they go? Your website, your Twitter, or your
RonGaran.com is a good place. I'm also on Twitter as at Astro_Ron. I'm on Facebook as well. On all those places. But the Orbital Perspective is already out too. So
so they can start with that.
Yeah. It's not as good, but
Oh, it's good. It's good. It's good. Don't undersell. It's good. And floating in darkness is going to be even better. So, well, thank you so much, Ron. I really appreciate spending time with you again today.
My pleasure.
And
My pleasure.
yeah, look forward to more of these.
You bet. You bet. We just scratched the surface, man.
I know. We could go on for another 2 hours. All right, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
All right.
All the
Take
best.
care.
Cheers.
Thank you, Ron.
Welcome to the Harmonic Convergence Day 3, Leading with Love. I'm so excited about the conversation we're about to have that grounds that concept in science. We have Dr. Roger Nelson and Adam Curry, and we're really going to have an incredible conversation about how meditation impacts consciousness. Adam and Roger, how are you today?
Just fine, thank you.
Doing fine, thanks.
Feeling the love.
Could you, oh great. Could you introduce yourselves for our audience that may not be familiar with your work? And maybe Dr. Nelson, can you start?
I'm Roger Nelson, and I've been studying consciousness and ways of measuring the effects of consciousness in the world for about 40 years. It's amazingly a long time. I worked at the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Laboratory for the first 20 of those years, or 20 some years. And then I built the Global Consciousness Project, which I'm still tapping into, starting in 1997. And we probably will talk a good deal more about that.
Fantastic. And Adam?
Well, I started off as a high school student as an intern in the Princeton Pear Lab, learning about consciousness research and, in general, a wider field of unconventional science that's not like the science that you hear about in your textbooks, but that's asking questions about phenomenally interesting things and getting phenomenally interesting results. And these scientists kind of became my extended family. My career now is as an inventor, but what I am focused on doing is taking unconventional scientific discoveries and harnessing those to create new types of technologies, particularly things that people thought were impossible and things that can help benefit people and benefit the planet.
Thank you for your service. And both of you have been pioneers in this and measuring consciousness and talking about the implications of those measurements. Roger, can you talk a little bit about the Global Consciousness Project that you did with Princeton and why you decided to create it and what it is exactly?
Well, when I was in college, I guess, 1,000 years ago, I came across Teilhard de Chardin, who's a Jesuit priest and a paleontologist, and he just blew me away with a story of evolution which ends more or less with human beings, which are by human beings considered to be the pinnacle of evolution. And Teilhard said, well, maybe not. There is another phase, another stage of evolution that I think we are ready to enter into. And he called that the noosphere. And what that refers to is a kind of sheath or layer of intelligence for the Earth comprised of us. If we and when we get our act together, we will become an intelligence for the Earth to manage and maintain and sustain and care for the Earth in a way that up to this time we have not learned to do. So the Global Consciousness Project is a network of random number generators designed to, as best I could imagine, to capture evidence of this global consciousness or a noosphere coalescing. I thought 20 years ago that it might be possible that there's a little bit of something like an embryo or maybe a baby version of this noosphere or global intelligence that's that might be showing some signs, or we might be able to pick it up with sufficiently sensitive instrumentation. So I built a network of random number generators, which are devices whose future is not determined, and which can be affected by consciousness, by intention, or even just by attention, by being in the presence of humans doing something like becoming coherent or becoming resonant or harmonic.
Beautiful. And Adam, you said you were inspired by this project as well when you were starting out. Can you share a little bit about why, what you noticed and what the implications were?
The implications of the Global Consciousness Project and the the pair work with the random number generators, largely on which it's based, suggests that there's more to our minds and thus to ourselves than many of us have been told. In fact, that many of us think. It's an exciting discovery that represents, I think, where humanity is going to be exploring in the 21st century. And while I understand a little bit more about what that's going to look like as an adult, when I was a teenager and I first found out about it, I was even then sensitive to the significance of the discoveries, but I just wanted to be a part of it. And fortunately, I remember hearing about it from a friend's father, talking about the Global Consciousness Project and the Pear Lab. And it must have been sometime within 2 or 3 days later, I was in a bookstore and I saw a book that had fallen off the bookshelf. And I opened it up and I looked in the book, and there was a description of the Pear Lab and the Global Consciousness Project.
Sounds like a synchronicity.
There was a
there.
synchronicity that led me to it. And then I heard about a science conference at which Roger was speaking and at which the Pear Group was speaking, and found a way to escape my parents' house and made it to San Diego, and that's where I met the scientists.
And talk a little bit more about the other Pear Lab experiments that also enhanced and worked on what Roger was also investigating.
Sure. Well, what Roger did is sort of based on the pair work with random number generators. And why random number generators? Well, if consciousness is just an illusion produced by the brain, then it shouldn't be able to do anything outside of the brain, right? Meaning our thoughts are just contained totally within our heads. Now that's been the assumption, but you can devise experiments to test that. And that's what the Pear Lab did. So they took random number generators, which are not connected to our minds in any known way, and just looked at their behavior in the presence of human intention. And they found that the first thing they found is that they behave in a statistically significant and unexpected way under the influence of intention. And that's typically where people stop. But the real meat, I think, of what the Pear Lab did was all of the follow-on experiments, which explored how states of mind, how certain types of subjectivity, how things like love, how things like meditation, psychological aspects about ourselves are connected to the outcome of experiments. That, I think, is the more meaningful outcome, maybe, of the Pear Lab's legacy.
And Roger, you were sharing with me earlier too about the fact that we can measure these emotions. Can you speak a little bit about how that came about, what you noticed in the patterns of this research?
Well, to start, I come from the same place as Adam with a kind of burgeoning understanding about the mind or consciousness being something different from what standard science imagines. It's not where our minds are not confined to the inside of our heads or to the inside of our body. They're not even confined to their mind. You know, the heart and the consciousness and the mind are all kind of a unitary thing. And what we tried to do in the laboratory experiments was to instrument something like as simple as intention. If I want to create high numbers, if I want to make a random number generator generate high numbers, can I do that? And the answer was yes, we could do that. And it's the sort of thing that requires statistics and lots of patience to understand. But the findings are very solid, replicated all around the world in different laboratories, different kinds of equipment and so forth. But the point of all of these kinds of things is to discover what there is at the edges of what we think about consciousness. What besides what we see and hear, and what we imagine and what we envision is actually quite real. It seems like it's maybe an abstraction, but if I think of my mother, who died almost 20 years ago, she becomes real again. Now, there's a connection that's reestablished I smell the smell of baking bread, and things like that. So my consciousness is not limited to this moment and to this, very fragile skin and bone substance here. It lives in the world.
And can you explain a little bit more about how this random number generator technology works? Because they're random numbers, but you're also saying that with intention and with a certain kind of emotion, or maybe we could say coherence, in human consciousness actually changes the way the numbers behave. Can you speak about that?
Right. I think I'll start by saying that a lot of the people who we had and come through the laboratory to do these experiments where they tried to make the random number generator do something non-random, we asked them, so how do you do this? Or what's your process? And very often people would say, well, I have to become resonant with this machine. I have to fall in love with this machine. When I do that, then I have some chance of success at getting high numbers or low numbers on command. So a random number generator, the ones that we use for this kind of research, is a real physical device. It has electronics that's trying to push electrons against a barrier. And when you do that in the circuit, some electrons actually penetrate the barrier in what's called quantum tunneling. It's a completely unpredictable process. So nobody knows, not even the device knows what's coming next. But we sample the electrons that create a little voltage, and we change. When it's a large number of electrons, a larger voltage, we call that a 1. If it's a smaller than average number, we call that a 0. And this happens at electronic speed, so we can do a tremendous amount of such samples. And this is the very basic random number sequence that we create, which we ask people to change. Normally, you get 50 ones and 50 zeros without, some variation in a bell curve. But we ask people to change that, move the center of the bell curve this way or that way. People can do that. It's not something that is expected. It's not something that's easy to explain. In fact, I think it's probably fair to say we still don't know exactly how, but I think the human consciousness constitutes a field that extends out into the world and has effects in the world.
Wonderful. And I'm wondering how you can comment on this too, Adam, just the fact that the patterns also show a certain kind of order, right? When there's these intentions and impacting these number generators. Yeah.
Right. If you think about random, what it means is there is no order. That's the definition of randomness. You can't predict it. There's no structure at all. And when consciousness
it's a chaos field.
It's chaos, yeah. When consciousness intervenes, then we find, given the right circumstances, that consciousness has created some order in the data that we've collected. It's very interesting.
Now I'm really curious about what that means in our world today. I mean, we have experienced a lot of chaos and upheaval and what we're experiencing globally. How does that, what implication is that then about what we can do through intention, through meditation, that would impact the field of our reality? I know we spoke a little bit about this earlier, Adam. Would you like to expand on that?
Sure. So what the Paralab results suggest, and the results of many, many other experimenters, is that there's something going on with meditation. It's not just that you're quieting your mind. It's very likely that you're doing what consciousness does, which is injecting information and order into entropy and into disorder. There's one of our colleagues, Dean Radin at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, for the better part of 10 years has done an experiment which is based on the double slit experiment. So the classic double slit experiment, I won't go too much into it, but you have a pattern that appears with light that's either wave-like or particle-like, depending on how you choose to measure it. That's one interpretation anyway. What Dean has done is he's set up a laser interferometer, but he's had meditators and non-meditators attempt to visualize or to make a measurement to observe the behavior of these photons in this system at a distance. And what he found was that people that didn't meditate had no effect on the system, but those who did meditate had a very significant and obvious effect on the realization of those photons as particulate. Meaning people that meditate seem to be able to influence the world around them even at a distance. Now, we don't know how significant that is. Is it just at the photonic level, or are we talking perhaps levels larger? In some sense, I don't think that it really matters that much. You could make an argument where small effects that are quantum effects have this kind of butterfly effect that scale up into the world. But even then, I think that's missing the point. In the spiritual community, we're often told that we are part of something much larger, that we are but a small piece of a larger family. And that's true, but that's only half the story. Because if that's true, the opposite is also true. Everything out there is inside of us. It is within us. And I think that's the secret, right? So when you think of your particular life circumstances, things and people that are in your world, and the circumstances that exist outside of that even, and you become aware of your thoughts and feelings related to those things, what you'll often find is that what's happening inside of you is also what's happening out there. It's not just what's happening there is affecting what's happening in here. So through meditation, we can begin to wake up to the subconscious thoughts and feelings in ourselves, and do the work to learn from them and to repair them. And in so doing, I think that is actually what can create change in the world through the mass meditations, right? Through the subtle activism. In other words, it's not so much that you are trying through meditation or intention, trying to nudge the outside world how you want it to be, but you're trying to nudge yourself inside in a way that you become the change that you'd want to see in the world. In other words, I mean, there's a reason why Gandhi says, be the change, why Jesus says the kingdom of heaven is within, and so forth. They're being very literal. That's
very literal.
That's where the work needs to happen.
And also just, it seems that as we do the work on ourselves, we show up differently in the world, and then we impact each other differently, right? A lot of your research talks about our interconnection and how we're being, or what we're giving our attention to actually is making a difference throughout the whole field. And can you speak a little bit more about that too, Roger?
Yes, yes. I think the implication of being able to affect the world in the form of a random number generator in a laboratory, that's the first step. It's a baby step in the direction of living in the world consciously. The human consciousness is a powerful instrument. We think about just the act of prayer. How long have we been doing that? How long have human beings prayed? And I think the answer to that is something like as long as human beings have been thinking or talking to each other, we've been praying. And why would we do something that's useless? We actually tend to sort of winnow out the things that are useless and keep the practices which are benefit us in the world that we live in. So I think what we are in principle capable of doing is something like that. Live in the world as if what you think, what you envision, what you imagine should be the correct way for the world to be. So, just live as if that is the way the world will be. Envision a future that's brighter, and it will be brighter. And I think if we can teach anything, if we have anything to teach from the work that we've been doing, Adam and the Pear Lab and the whole, there's a whole large number of people around the world. Unfortunately, not enough to break through the, the scientific taboos yet. But a lot of people are able to show data that say what you wish for is more likely to be than if you didn't wish for it, really.
Really. And also just feeling into the space of how do we relate to the polarities, right? The darkness and the light, the dissonance, the shadow, and love. And so you said something beautifully earlier, Adam, about really the only way to transmute that is to actually love the darkness, right? Love the shadow, actually bring attention to it, but from an empowered place, and know that we have that choice and that ability. Can you share about your personal experience you've said that you've had recently?
I use manifestation a lot in the business activities that I do. And so I'm thinking about it all day, and I've become aware of, I think Joe Dispenza said it this way: thoughts are electric, but emotions are magnetic. So your thoughts are something that metaphorically we're telegraphing out there. It's visualizing what you want to occur. But your feelings are the things that's going to attract those situations to you. What I had realized in the past 6 months was that there had often been an incongruence between my thoughts and my feelings. And by bringing awareness to my feelings and making sure that what I feel about certain things are congruent to my thoughts, that has been a tremendously effective manifestation tool. And I wanted to bring that up to share it with other people. Maybe you're at that point where it's good for you to hear it. I had a very interesting experience trying neurofeedback recently. There's a group of scientists for the past 20 years that have been putting EEGs on the heads of meditators, like Tibetan monks. People have been doing sadhana or spiritual discipline for the last 30 or so years. And there's two things that they found that are common among them. The first is that their frontal lobe, the sort of the prefrontal cortex right here, is awake, meaning it has consistent electrical activity and blood flow, and the back parts of the brain are quiet. And the second thing that they find is gamma, which is a binding frequency. It's like a carrier wave for all the other frequencies in the brain. And when it fires, the whole brain operates singularly, almost like a single neuron. So the two hemispheres, which I think are kind of like the dualities within our own head, are in that moment operating as one. There is a non-dual awareness or consciousness in that moment. And with neurofeedback, you are speeding up the process of enlightenment. Essentially what it is you have the electrodes on your head, and you see what your brain is doing. And through feedback, through vibrating pillows, through sounds, different ways of doing it, your brain can learn how to work correctly, how to lock into place and work as though it should. And when that happens, oh man, it's profound. You feel like you understand why people like Mother Teresa are running around trying to save the world, because they have a nervous system that has been refined to the point where higher consciousness is coming through. Now, what is the situation like for most people, myself included? Their brain, our brains, my brain is in a state of reversal, which is the back parts of the brain, which in general are concerned with memory, with scripts, with belief systems, with programming, very unconscious reactive thoughts, are steering the ship. And our frontal lobe, which is that executive lobe, the place that's awake when we're subjectively feeling here and now, presence, that's asleep. So humanity is like operating from scripts, basically, that we've picked up. But we have the capacity to become awake, to wake up from that. And that's in the brain anyway, that's seen as frontal lobe activity. And isn't that just the human condition, right? We have the equipment for enlightenment, but we're not there yet. And so I think by going inside, there's many things happening on different levels, but at the level of the brain and its connections through your body, you're becoming aware of parts that are closed down, are dissonant and not operating correctly. And you're beginning to understand, to learn from them, and to heal and restore them. And when that happens, you have all these very interesting experiences happen. But it really changes you as a person. I mean, this is really the promise of meditation and waking up to who you really are inside.
And also the journey of healing, you kind of alluded to it, conditioning, traumas that we carry individually and collectively. Yes. I know that a big part of my journey has been actually, confronting and facing my own shadows and my own wounded places, and actually doing that with a lot of presence and a lot of compassion and a lot of love. And the pathway to that for me was meditation and a lot of shamanic practices as well, and really just getting in touch with indigenous wisdom and realizing that we're all connected, and realizing that I'm not alone in it, that there are, that nature is supporting me, that life itself, there's an intelligence in life itself that's supporting us in the process of remembering who we really are, and getting that part of us that you said back online, that part of us that actually can access enlightenment, right? We have these receptors in our being and our nervous system that accesses an inner connection to all things, and it's just about making those connections again, rather than letting go of the old scripts that say that they're not there, that say that we're disconnected. What I'm really fascinated about by both of your work is really grounding this and showing how this is real and measurable. And I'd love to speak about how do we measure love, and how do we actually understand the power of leaning into that level of emotion and living from that place, living from that heart-centered place. What is it doing to ourselves physically, and then emotionally, and also to the world? And I know, Roger, you were talking about the ability that you have to actually measure love and fields of love.
Sometimes, or quite frequently, people will say, will send me an email to say, we're organizing a giant meditation and we hope you will measure it. And I usually write back and say, give me some more information, but let me tell you that the very best instrument you have for measuring the effectiveness of your meditation is right here. It's in your heart and your mind, your own personal understanding and reaction to this business. But to do it technically and technologically is possible. I mean, we are, for example, in the Pear Lab, we had almost all of the what we called intention experiments, where people tried to get high numbers and low numbers, were done with a single person. But we started at one point doing pairs of people. And what we found was that the average effect of pairs of people was not so much different from the single individuals, unless they were bonded pairs, people who were in love, people who already knew what it meant to be connected, right? Those people, those pairs, produced effect sizes that were 4 or 5, my friend Brenda says 7 times as big. A certain subset is just really very different. And I think the reason that it's different and the more powerful is that, as I said, those people are already in a state where they understand the connection with another entity in the world. They're in love with a person. They can be in love with a machine much more readily, and they know how to do that now.
Well, what about people that don't have a partnership yet and don't have that established? I know, Adam, I asked if you were speaking from a place of feeling like an awakening to love, but it wasn't through a partnership. So what was it for you?
When you have the opportunity to play with a random number generator, what you're looking at is a graph on the screen. And if the random number generator is producing more ones, the line moves up. And if it's producing more zeros, the line moves down. But it wants to stay right around that 50-50 range. So your task, what you're trying to do is, let's say you want to make it go up. So your task is to make the line start to move up like this. Well, when you first try it, the first few seconds, it starts to move up. And then when you see that, holy cow, I'm actually doing it, typically what happens is it shoots right back down to the mean. We call this rubber banding, where when you see that you're actually doing something, you freak out, and it causes a very significant, actually, psychokinesis shift down to the mean. And you can learn so much about yourself watching you do this, watching yourself do this. What I learned from my experiences with the random number generators is that it's not about affecting the random number generators. It's about affecting yourself. And if you're doing it right, then you see the results on the random number generators that you want to see. So how do you affect yourself? Well, one way to affect yourself is to bring humor into what you're doing. When you bring humor into, this task, you relax, you permit yourself to get the results that you want. It's not so serious, and the results that you want come. Another way is love. What we talk about subjectively as love is clearly a very profound effect that you can have on yourself. And to me, it's been, I don't know, it's really situation dependent, but sort of bringing love and humor into the thoughts and feelings that I have that are maybe frustrated thoughts and feelings, or feelings of want, or the types of things that happen in our normal life. What's funny is that when I do that, it's like that day or the next day or that week, something will happen that is a crazy synchronicity that comes out of nowhere, that's totally related to the change that I just made inside of me.
And that's the order that we're talking about, right? Or another word for order would be coherence. That the more we're in sync within ourselves, is what I'm hearing you say, right? The more we start to feel experiences of synchronicity and alignment and resonance, and we're just magnetically, you're talking about manifestation, magnetically drawing to us these incredible experiences that are lighting us up even more. There's almost like a like attracts like happening there, right? So knowing that, and knowing the experiment that we're doing with the harmonic convergence, what would you say is the most effective thing that everybody out there can do, all of us here can do individually, to impact the results of this, to actually have this experience, this collective experience of awe, and call that in? What is it that we would need to do?
The first thing, I'm no expert, but here's what I'm doing. The first thing is to be aware of how you actually feel about a change that you want to make in the world. Let's say you identify some change that you want to make. You want yourself to change, is really what you're saying. For example, if you're feeling outrage and injustice, you're probably going to create more outrage and injustice, either through your actions or through influencing events that come to you, etc. It's easy to do all the time, but try to understand that maybe the people or the situations in the world that you disagree with, or that you see as causing these problems, are also inside of you. You have that very ability to do those same things that you're fighting against. Shine the light on that and recognize it, and see you in the other people or the other situations that you wish to change, and start changing that inside yourself. That's all you got to do. Again, it's not so much that you're affecting the outside world, it's that you're doing the work inside, and the outside world is sort of like this projection. Now, I can get crucified for saying that, because there's all these caveats and exceptions, but this is just what I'm doing. One thing that's allowed me to do that is to ask for forgiveness for bad situations in the world. Obviously I didn't cause them, but maybe I did. They're in my reality. So
it's like taking mutual responsibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Taking responsibility for it. And when you do that, you can start to see where the other side is coming from as well. And you can maybe meet them in a place that is from that. It's from a higher place where like unification can happen. If that makes sense. It's very abstract, but.
I totally understand, and I also, this is reminding me of something you've shared, Roger, about the reason you even began this research and the impact of indigenous wisdom on your life, and seeing, can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, when I was very young, I wanted to be a Sioux Indian, a Lakota, and that turned out not to be feasible, but along the way, I had a chance to learn from the people who actually knew how to live on the earth. Basically, I think what they were doing is, in general, was very much respecting the world around them, respecting each other. As Adam said so nicely, there are quibbles that people will can bring up, and maybe I'll get in trouble for saying the indigenous peoples on this land knew how to do it, but I think they did. And what I think the core of their understanding was that if we envision what should happen and then accept what does happen, it will often match. There's a kind of magic that happens when I allow the world to enter into my consciousness, rather than attempting to push my version of the world onto the world itself. So I live in, and I need to understand that I'm respectfully connected to that world, and I forgive myself if I'm not doing it very well, and then get back to business. It's like the first lessons in meditation. Most meditation teachers will say, so you think you're not doing it very well? You're not doing it right? Don't think that. Just go back to doing it. Just sit.
I love that you both, in that beautiful sharing, you both brought up forgiveness, and that once we become aware of this interconnection and the impact that we have on each other, and we can bring more responsibility and respect towards that, but also not beat ourselves up, and forgive each other, forgive ourselves. And it's reminding me of the indigenous wisdom from Hawaii. Actually, there's a prayer core to their belief called Ho'oponopono, which basically translates to a prayer of deep reverence and respect for all life that speaks into that through saying, please forgive me, I'm sorry, I love you, thank you. And just repeating that over and over, but literally from a place of, I'm actually speaking to like all of life and existence itself, all the forms and expressions of life, and all the ways that I'm interconnected, and all the things that I do unconsciously that can affect that field. But then taking responsibility actually brings you back into alignment and allows you to find the synchronicity and resonance again. So I'm curious what you two feel about that idea and that perception of the world.
Totally.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Totally. I mean, what could be wrong with that? I can't repeat the 4 things you said, but that sequence of words of wisdom really sums it up so beautifully.
Yeah, and I believe it's encoded too. There's like layers to that. I mean, what does each layer say? It's like, please forgive me is taking responsibility, right? I'm sorry is like realizing the impact and choosing differently. I love you is that we're recognizing we're in a field of interconnection and love no matter what.
Yes.
And we can stay in that connection no matter what. And and thank you is that, I think you've said this too, that thank you or gratitude is the most powerful sort of thing that catalyzes and spikes in greater order, right? In the number generators, is this sense of gratitude. Yeah, just
gratitude,
completely envelops all of
appreciation,
it.
love, compassion, all of those kinds of things, which are, you might say, the highest emotions that we experience. All of them connect us to each other, and they connect us to these strange little devices, the random number generators, in such a way that they become part of us, and they, in a sense, do our bidding to express something about the loving connection that we're talking about. It's amazing.
And they're kind of like little mirrors, right? They're just mirroring and feeding back to us what we're putting out in the world, which is really powerful because then it allows us to become more self-aware of our impact.
Yeah.
And
so you better be good wherever you go, because there you are.
And on that note, do you want to share a little bit more about what both of your impressions are about what we're doing with the Harmonic Convergence and this intention to really come together and in greater coherence and meditation to recognize our interconnection with all life on Earth and outside of Earth?
Well, let me say just a word or two, Adam, then you
Sure.
can go. I've been paying attention to the Harmonic Convergence longer than a lot of our listeners might be alive. You know, it's I think it started more than 30 years ago, and it's mutated over the years. But it's the same basic notion of bringing us all in harmony together, so that we can become a part of an envisioned world which is brighter, more harmonious, and better for all living things. It's a very beautiful kind of intention, which gathers more and more people into it. And the more, I mean, one of these days we'll have everybody, right?
And do we need everybody to make an impact right now? I mean, there's the Maharishi effect, right? With the 1%, I believe, or less than 1% would actually catalyze a ripple effect throughout consciousness and kind of up-level everyone at once. What do you have to say about that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Adam, why don't you speak? I have lots to say, but too much.
Yeah. Well, perhaps this is an artful way of dodging the question. But I'm really good at that. So it's the question of at what point do we see change in society, right? If there's enough people, and there's numbers or percentages that are thrown around. But I'm reminded of the story of Siddhartha, who became the Buddha, and he had spent 9 years on a quest to become enlightened. And the first 5 years were tremendously difficult, right? Begging for food and seeking the guidance of masters in different parts of his country. And eventually he said, I've had enough. I'm just going to sit down right here under this Bodhi tree, and I'm either going to pass away or I'm going to become enlightened. But it's one of those two things. And for 4 years, I think it was 4 years, for 4 years he sat there and he meditated. There had been people that have heard of what he was doing that came to seek a wisdom from him, to seek enlightenment from him. And so at some point he had a ring of disciples, many of whom had followed him in his very, very difficult journey. And all in a moment, he got it. He became enlightened. And he had realized that all he had to do was to wake up in the present moment, right? Because that's all there is. There was not it wasn't a numbers game. It wasn't how many years did he put into it, but it was a decision to change and an awakening to the present moment. And that's where it happened. Now his disciples around him started to see his face grinning, and they thought, aha, he's got it. Finally, he's become enlightened and he has the secret. So they were eagerly waiting for him to open his eyes and reveal the teaching, right? To tell us the final truth so that we too may become enlightened. And Siddhartha opened his eyes and said, I'm hungry. Let's cook something. And of course, they were tremendously disappointed. They had followed him for years through this journey, and the moment he became enlightened, they all left.
Yep. There's a Buddhist saying: before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water.
That's right. Yep. So right. These things have a way of unfolding in a moment within us.
I think we're calling in that kind of a moment right now, in every moment of this event, turning a moment into a movement and catalyzing a mass awakening here to deeper truths of who we really are, what we're really connected to, and what the nature of reality is, and really appreciate all of it you've offered today on deepening that conversation. And would love to give you the opportunity to just, if there's anything left that you really would like to share, and even just speaking about how people can track your latest projects that are up and coming. Yeah, please share with us.
Go ahead, Adam.
Sure. Well, if I could leave us with anything, it would just be to meditate daily. Just make sure you're doing that. Speaking of Buddha means to transcend the intellect. It really means to become aware of awareness, which is a level above thoughts. And related to what we're talking about in our brains, where we have sort of memories and scripts and prejudices and biases and all these things that are controlling our thoughts. Simply meditating 20 minutes a day can help us peak above that and to start to see truth the way, to start to see more truth, basically, and to not be driven by the scripts of which we may or may not even be aware. So that would be what I would leave everyone with. I post updates.
And you also have a project. You have an app that you're working on that also helps us engage more and work with consciousness. Would you like to speak about that?
Right. So some years ago, myself and a number of other people in the consciousness research community, Roger included, kind of came together around this idea of creating a mobile app called Entangled, which would create a random number generator on every user's phone, so that we could expand the concept of the Global Consciousness Project from 100 odd random number generators spread around the world to hundreds of thousands or more running in everybody's smartphone. So we've built a couple of different prototypes, and we've had some beta tests, some of which were actually quite successful. But you can learn more, just go to entangled.org or search Consciousness app, and it's the first thing that comes up. I also do research updates on Twitter, Adam's Lab, or you can just search my name.
Thank you, Adam. And Roger, I want to also invite you to share that Roger's going to be measuring the impact of the harmonic convergence on consciousness.
Not so much Roger, as the network is running. The data are being collected as we speak. And if the feelings that we have are any guide, I mean, I'm catching or inhaling a kind of very, very big network of people around the world who are looking for a harmonious engagement. Anyway, I'll take a look at the data and I'll report somewhere, somehow. I have a Facebook page on which I mount such things.
We also are going to be putting together the data on a page of our site, of a partner site, along with the data that we're actually capturing through the contact surveys. You can look at the chat below, and also on our website. We're going to be sharing what are we all actually believing is possible during this event, and also how many of us have already had contact experiences. And this is a way to actually really reflect back, this large group that's coming together and bring back the numbers that really haven't been reported before. So we're super excited about that and really encourage everyone taking this survey. And you can go to newstory.earth to see some of the results. We'll be posting those in the near future, probably within the next 24 hours. And then the ones that Roger's going to give us will be received closer to the end of the event. We're so grateful for your collaboration on that, Roger. And thank you for being here, Adam.
You're welcome. But let me say one final thing, if I may.
Please.
We are connected to each other in ways that we don't understand and don't perceive normally. And I think one of the very best things we could do, and one of the best tools for doing that, well, there are actually 3 or 4. One's meditation, one is just love and appreciation. But the thing that we need to do is to bring that unconscious connection up into awareness. And when we do that, we will have a harmonic convergence.
Thank you, Roger. That's so well said. And thank you, everyone. Please stay in tune and in touch with all the other amazing speakers we're going to be bringing and all the other opportunities to engage, including the after party, which starts right now. Thank you.
We're the first generation to be conscious of evolution, to be conscious we're affecting our own evolution. The amazing thing is that only recently did we discover cosmogenesis. We thought the universe was static or eternal. And when these scientists saw the background radiation of that first flaring forth and could identify it as the beginning of this existing universe, our sequence is a continual rise of complexity and consciousness from single cell to multi-cell to animal to the early humans, always in the direction of greater complexity and greater consciousness. And now that that process has become self-aware, it has been, is now evolving, and we are part of the evolution. When you're tapping into the impulse of creation itself, you can trust yourself. You don't doubt. You don't analyze. You don't see if it's right or wrong, but you get a feeling of flow. The possibility of radical connectivity of innovations, creativity, and people's heart's desire to do their work, to be creative, to express their unique potential, is the force that's going to evolve the universe.